Good morning, Father. Father Frederick, can you hear me? Good morning, Father. Father Frederick, can you hear me? Good morning, Father.
Good morning to the honorable guests, esteemed dignitaries, delegates, esteemed faculty members, non-teaching staff, research scholars, and my dear students. It is my privilege and honor to welcome you all to this national conference on the theme Ethics and Human Values in Technological Development and Environmental Sustainability, organized by Lala Lajpat Rai College of Commerce and Economics, Autonomous Mumbai, in collaboration with Father Edmund College of Arts and Commerce, Pilar, Goa. I also extend a warm welcome to Father Dr. Frederick Rodriguez, official principal of Father Edmund College of Arts and Commerce, Goa. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us, Arts and Commerce, Pilar. Friends, we are living in an era of rapid technological transformation. Artificial intelligence, biotechnology, automation, and digital smart systems are reshaping human existence. Visionary leaders often speak of innovation, redefining our collective future. However, alongside these advancements, we also face climate crisis and ethical dilemmas in artificial intelligence, widening social inequalities, and environmental degradation. These challenges compel us to reflect deeply on the direction of our progress. In the 19th century, Charles Darwin, through his seminal work on the origin of species, reminded humanity that survival depends not merely on strength but on adaptability. Today, our evolution is not biological but moral. It is our responsibility to adapt technologies and art with ethical wisdom. Technologies inform us that we are currently living in the Holocene epoch and our evolution phase on Earth's geological timescale that may eventually give way to another ice age without glacial period. This broader perspective humbles us. It reminds us that nature operates beyond human ambition and that sustainability is not merely a policy choice but a profound responsibility. Over a century ago, Nikola Tesla cautioned that our virtues and our feelings are inseparable. His words resonate strongly even today. Technology without human value risks weakening the moral foundation of society. Similarly, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar reminded us that the cultivation of mind should be the ultimate aim of human existence. True development is not merely economic or technological. It is intellectual, ethical, and human. Babasaheb also emphasized that democracy is not just a form of government, but a mode of associated living rooted in liberty, equality, and fraternity. As we design new technologies and pursue sustainable development, these principles must remain central. Technology without ethics becomes power without direction, and sustainability without values becomes policy without purpose. This confidence is therefore not merely an academic gathering, it is a call to align innovation with integrity, progress with compassion, and development with social justice. With the spirit of responsible evolution and ethical commitment, let us begin with confidence. We start with and now request our respected attendees to kindly come forward for the ceremonial lamp lighting and gala burst of light. With the spirit of responsible evolution and ethical commitment, let us begin with confidence. We start with and now request our respected attendees to kindly come forward for the ceremonial lamp lighting and gala burst of light. Thank you so much, everyone. I want to take a moment to sincerely thank our esteemed co-partners, Indian Institute of Digital Education, New Bora Aviation Company, and Elena Animation for their valuable contribution in organizing this national conference. Their association brings together expertise from digital education, education, media, and creative technologies, enriching the academic discourse and creating a dynamic platform for knowledge exchange and meaningful interaction between academia and industry. We are ever thankful to them. On this note, I would like to request our principal, Professor and Dean of Design to deliver his welcome address. For knowledge exchange and meaningful interaction between academia and industry. We are ever thankful to them. On this note, I would like to request our principal, Professor and Dean of Design to deliver his welcome address. For knowledge exchange and meaningful interaction between academia and industry. We are ever thankful to them. On this note, I would like to request our principal, respected dignitaries in the dais, our honorary chairman, Committee Gupta, respected faculty staff, academic Nindam Arora ma'am, distinguished chief guest, and keynote speaker Abhishek Gupta, principal of Father and respected dignitaries in the dais, the honorary Councillor Ashaki Agrawal, a distinguished guest, in charge principal of Law College, Dr. K.V. Associate Dean, Dr. Arun Pujani, Additional Vice Principal, Professor Dr. Pooja Sharma, Additional Vice Principal and Conference, Commissioner Dr. Mona Banwar, our IQM coordinator, Mr. Law College, guided by artificial intelligence today. Technology now learns, predicts, influence our outcomes at a speed unimaginable. And I think the artificial test alleviates the unimaginable scale of artificial intelligence. The question for educators and institutions is not whether the technology will grow. Technology will certainly grow. But whether our human values will grow alongside it. Because intelligence without ethics can become dangerous. Innovation without responsibility can become disruptive, and development without environmental balance can become so very dangerous. Therefore, the role of education institutions today is profoundly important. We are not preparing our students for employment, we are preparing them for autonomous leadership, conscious innovation, and development without responsible citizens. I'll take a little longer today because therefore the theme which we have decided, I don't think that's how I want to actually. We are not preparing our educational development to ensure that while the mind becomes technologically advanced, it can't actually be morally anchored. Balance is not economics walk hand in hand with environmental sustainability. Progress that damage is actually called progress. Development that begins while the mind is technologically advanced. Our responsibility is to nurture thinkers who understand that sustainability is a policy choice hand in hand with environmental sustainability. Understanding the AI tools of the Google DeepMind help doctors detect diseases like cancer or blindness in early stages. Technology stops just being innovation, it becomes a cycle for lifesaving for thousands of families. So when we select innovation by Tesla, the AI tools of the example by finding here about Tesla, like cancer or blindness in early cities. Technology stops just being science. Providing that industry and environmental responsibility can move forward together hand in hand. Platforms like Swell, my client gets videos on Swell. When platforms like Swell allow students in a very small town to learn from the same quality resource, providing that in the classroom and technology become not just digital but very democratic. So from AI helping doctors saving lives to electrical mobility protecting our environment to digital learning platforms opening classrooms for every child, technology becomes fully meaningful when it serves humanity responsibly. This conference therefore becomes a unique AI helping doctors platform where scholars, educators, industry experts, and young researchers come together to deliberate on one central truth that the future must be intelligent but also human, advanced but also ethical, innovative but also sustainable. We are deeply honored to have with us our distinguished chief guest and Mr. Abhishek Dutta, Managing Director and Chief Customer Officer at the Pantapat Financial Services Group. Advanced but also ethical. With over 25 years of leadership experience across financial services and retail and telecommunications, he is widely respected for his expertise in customer-centric growth strategy, brand leadership and management transformation. Sir, your experience in building customer-focused, future-ready institutions with immense relevance for today's discussion on responsible growth and ethical leadership. We are truly privileged to have you with us. Thank you for accepting my invitation. I would also like to place on record your experience in building customer-focused, future-ready institutions. I would also like to place on record my sincere appreciation for the conference convener, co-convener, organizing committee, faculty, coordinators, research scholars, and also like to volunteers for their dedication and meticulous planning has made this conference possible. Academic platform of this called is the result of collective effort, silent dedication, and institutional commitment. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to our respected volunteers, trustees, and academic leadership for their encouragement in strengthening research culture, interdisciplinary dialogue, and academic excellence in our researchers, scholars, and participants gathered here today. I encourage you to engage deeply, share openly, and collaborate meaningfully. This conference is not just a dialogue presentation, but a catalyst for ethical scholarship to all residents, research, and responsible innovation. To all my researchers, research is the heartbeat of any education institution. Its real value is not just in publications, but in how it influences society, solve real problems, and make knowledge accessible for people. So our research must therefore be not only academically strong, but also socially relevant, practically sound. Work that supports sustainability, inclusion, and responsible growth. When research carries both intellectual depth and human purpose, it turns information and the future. Understand how education is relevant to shape technological progress. Work to look at some powerful examples from our country. When platforms develop under these conditions, allow patients in remote places to consult doctors online. AI platforms like Bhashini break language barriers. The digital platforms for UPI, Unified Payment Interface, bring transparent banking to under smallest villages, scientists, also statistics to come there. When solar research from IIT, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, powered clear, electrification. We see that technology constantly being uplifts people, protects the planet, and includes everyone. So as we begin research deliberation, let us remember the future will not belong merely to those who build smart technologies, but to those who ensure that technology serves humanity with wisdom, ethics, and sustainability. With these words, I extend my best wishes for the grand success of this national conference. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Not merely to those who build smart technologies, but to those who ensure that technology serves humanity. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that insightful welcome address. As ma'am informed that today we are very fortunate that we have Mr. Abhishek Gupta, Managing Director and Chief Customer Officer, Micromax Group, as our chief guest and keynote speaker. I once again extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for having me. On this note, I would like to request our assistant, Mr. Abhishek Gupta, Managing Director and Chief Customer Officer, Micromax Group, as our chief guest and keynote speaker. I once again extend a very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you so much. May I now request our Academic Dean, Dr. Neelam Arora ma'am, to present the opening remarks.
Good morning to all the respected members on the dais, our chief guest, Mr. Abhishek Gupta, Principal, Dr. Basim, Dr. Uke, Principal of Law College, Asha Ji, our Counselor, Arun Pujari, our Associate Dean and Principal of Goa Father Agnew College, Dr. Rodrigues. And good morning, my dear colleagues and students. Ethics and human values in technological development and environment sustainability, a very crucial topic for today's conference. one cannot deny the importance of technology, and one cannot put an end or stop to technology. It is certainly growing, will grow, and will multiply ever. But what are ethics and human values in technology? That is also equally important. Are human beings more important or machines more important? We talk of machine learning. I think it is time we should learn machines, because machines cannot think and we can think. So we have to make sure that machines do not dominate human mind and human life, and they should be used for our benefit and not for our to bring us down. In the recently concluded AI summit in Delhi, our Honorable Prime Minister spoke about a very crucial line, which is Sarvajan Hitai, Sarvajan Sukhai. AI should be for welfare of all, happiness of all. And he also gave us the Manav framework in this recently concluded AI summit, where the Manav means human being. And the acronym also is very meaningful, where N stands for moral and ethical, A stands for accountable, N stands for national sovereignty, V stands for valid and legitimate. So any technology, whether it is AI or any other technology, should have all these features. It should be data protection, data privacy, benefit of the human. That should be the main motto of any technology which is growing. What we really need today is technology with a conscience. The question is not only can we build it, the question should be should we build it. Progress is meaningful only when it protects humanity and nature. Power needs ethics, because AI, biotechnology, automation gives immense power, no doubt. But ethics decides how that power is used. Technology must serve society and not harm it. E-waste crisis. Every time we see we upgrade our mobile, we upgrade our laptop, we upgrade our computers, and what happens to the old one? It just gets dumped in the wasteland. So, rapid upgrades create massive electronic waste. Toxic waste harms soil, water, and vulnerable communities. Shift from take, make, waste to a circular economy, which reuse, repair, and recycle, so that we can minimize the waste. And I'm sure in our college we have a lot of these waste collection drives which we continue. So that will, but somewhere the waste is dumped, so that is also a thought we need to think. Technology and warfare. We have seen Ukraine, Russia, endless war with endless technology, killer machine designed to kill more and more people. So technology for warfare, autonomous weapons and AI-based targeting increases risk. Machines can never replace human or moral judgment. Like I said, machines cannot think. So what we need today is responsible AI. Technology must promote inclusion and equality. Data privacy, consent, and dignity are non-negotiable. AI should reduce inequality and not deepen it. Open and fair access. Honorable PM also said that shared resources and shared technology is a must, because technology should not be owned or controlled by few hands, by one country or one individual. So shared technology creates more balance and reduces imbalance. Innovation must promote democracy and global good. Technology must be shared and not concentrated in a few hands. Sustainability is a moral duty. Development without environment responsibility is more dangerous. Green energy, clean production, and minimal waste are essential. Growth and sustainability must go together. So as educationists and institution, we must teach values to our students. In the same AI summit, the French President Honorable Macron also said that many countries are banning social media for under 15, Australia, France, and he urged that India should also join hands, because there is digital misuse and excessive misuse with deep fakes and so many forwards and so many misinformation in today's media is being use well but misuse more. So that also needs to be checked and controlled. So our message to the students would be question responsibly, innovate ethically, choose solutions and uplift humanity. So let technology reach the open sky. Without technology, we cannot survive. That is a very obvious answer. It has brought in more benefit. But let human conscience remain its command. Time we learn how to be ethical and uphold our values. True advancement is just not smarter machines, it is better human beings. So I am sure that today's conference will bring in lot of thoughts, lot of ideas, lot of papers from so many different thoughts and perspectives. I wish all of you all the best and congratulate the entire team of conveners and organizers for organizing this conference, and my best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words of wisdom. I now invite Professor Dr. Vinay Pandit to introduce the chief guest of today's conference.
Thank you, Kranti. Respected principal, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, research scholars, and my dear students. Today we are truly privileged to welcome a dynamic industry leader, a visionary strategist, and a champion of customer-centric growth, Mr. Abhishek Gupta, Managing Director and Chief Customer Officer at Pentromath Financial Services Group. With an extraordinary career spanning over 25 years across financial services, retail, and telecommunications, Mr. Gupta represents the perfect blend of strategic brilliance and execution excellence. He is not just a marketing leader, he is a transformation architect who has consistently built powerful brands, shaped innovative customer experiences, and driven sustainable business growth. At Pentromath's Financial Services Group, he spearheads marketing, communication, and customer experiences across key entities, including Pentromath Capital Advisors, the Wealth Company, and so on. Under his leadership, strategic vision meets action and innovation, which translates into measurable impact. Before joining Pentromath, he served as a Director and Chief Marketing Officer at Edelweiss Insurance, where he played a definite role in creating differentiated customer propositions and accelerating growth. His leadership journey across the group, the mobile store, and the Bharti retail reflects his deep understanding of markets, people, and performance. What makes Mr. Gupta truly inspiring is his ability to see beyond numbers, to understand customers, anticipate change, and transform challenges into opportunities. His journey is a powerful lesson in leadership, adaptability, and strategic thinking, qualities that resonate strongly with the theme of our national conference. Sir, your presence today elevates this platform. We are confident that your words will inspire our researchers, faculty members, and the students to think bigger, innovate, smarter, and lead with a purpose. On behalf of Lala Lajpat Rai College of Commerce and Economics, it is my proud privilege to extend a warm and enthusiastic welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our distinguished chief guest, Mr. Abhishek Gupta, with a huge round of applause. Sir, 1 minute.
Sorry for that glitch. Before Sir starts with his keynote speech, I would like to invite the conference convener and our additional vice principal, Dr. Mona Bankar ma'am, to give us the objectives of the national conference.
Thank you, Kranti. Welcome once again everyone over here on behalf of Lala Lajpat Rai College. I am Dr. Mona Bankar, convener of the conference. I am speaking here on behalf of my co-conveners too, Dr. Rahul Shetty as well as Dr. Professor Vinay Pandit. My team has put in a lot of efforts for this conference. So I welcome everyone over here, especially our chief guest who has spared the time for us. And I've come to know that today some special function is there. Still, he could spare the time for us. Sir, thank you so much for this. Our conference aims at facilitating interdisciplinary dialogue on ethics, innovation and sustainability. The objective of this conference is to advance ethical, human value-based approaches in technological development. Also, we aimed at examining sustainable and environmentally responsible practices in contemporary development, and we wanted to promote research-driven and collaborative solution grounded in ethical principles. I wish all the participants good luck. I thank my colleague too for helping so much for this conference, and I'm thankful to Dr. Father Frederick too, because we have a collaboration with them, and I'm taking this opportunity to thank all my sponsors. Our conference is happening because of our partners, co-partners, IIDE, New Hora Aviation, as well as Arena Animation Data. Over to you, Kranti.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I respectfully invite our chief guest and keynote speaker, Mr. Abhishek Gupta, to deliver his keynote speech.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all the dignitaries who were seated on the stage with me, all the faculty members, all the organizers, research scholars, and dear students. And please excuse if I missed anyone. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me and making me being part of this fabulous day-long conference that has been put together. And believe me, initiatives like this are very hard to put together. Okay, so for all the students, make use of this one day which has been created, because I'm sure, and I was seeing the agenda, during the whole day there are going to be pearls of wisdom that are going to come to you. So if you can, be a part of it and make full use of it. Now, coming to the overall theme of the day-long event, it is essentially about ethics. And while I resisted a temptation to have my talk around ethics, because that's what you are going to listen to full day, but what I have done today is put together something which is very apt for the audience. And when I say audience, my audience is students over here. because faculty members, I don't think I even deserve to give something of knowledge to them. In fact, I will take a lot of knowledge nuggets back from them. So today's session is for students. Okay? What I am going to tell to you today is how to survive in the world which is going to come. But do it in a most ethical way. So in a way, weaving the conference dream back. But before I start, I have a question to all of you. And my question, and I will request the faculty members over here, is not to listen to the answer, or at least not to listen to who is giving the answer. Okay? So my question to you is, who has not used AI for your college projects, college submissions, this thing? Who has not? I'm not asking who has done, I'm asking who has not. Okay? So that's the answer over here. So number one, you're not doing anything wrong. Huh? Let me tell you one thing very clearly coming from the industry, you're not doing anything wrong. Why you're not doing anything wrong is because you're toying with something which is coming. You're toying with something which we do not understand till now. You're toying with something which is going to fundamentally change the way we are going to work. So if you're toying it with right now, you're doing the right thing. But are you toying it in a right way? That is what we will discuss over a period of discussion. So the idea is, सबसे पहले, and I have a habit of moving into Hindi and English in between, but that works for everyone. Yeah. So ये मत सोचना कि AI नहीं आने वाला या मुझे AI से कोई impact नहीं पड़ेगा. या मैं going to work in something, मेरा खुद का business होगा या मैं खुद करूँगा, मुझे AI का impact नहीं पड़ेगा. You are wrong. You are wrong. AI is going to come, and it is coming in a way which is going to disrupt everything that we know today and disrupt everything in the way we do things today. So be ready for it. But before we go into stages, how do we ready for it? Let's go ahead. You have to realize that you are dealing with someone who is smarter than you. AI today is better than you. I have written only 4 things over here, but it is better than all of us in anything that it does. But these 4 things are more or less more relevant to this group. So AI can write better than you. You have seen it because all of you have used AI. So it is already writing better than you. It is editing better than you. For the people interested in design, it is doing far better designs than you. And for the people who think कि नहीं AI के behind तो coding होती है, मैं तो coding करूँगा, AI is doing that itself also. So it is already coding better than you. So you are, and that's very unfortunate, but you are going to enter into a world where you are going to face someone who is better than you in whatever way you are. You might be a topper in the college, you might be a topper in the university and everything, but what you are going to face tomorrow is better than you. And you realize this today, because otherwise it will be a very late realization. But at the same time, while AI is getting better, you are entering this world at a time when India is making fast progress, fast strides. I have just written a couple of things over here, but what it is, the last 2 points are critical over here. First 3 points you all know, I'm not going to talk too much about it. But the last 2 points. First point is AI, as I was saying, is everywhere. There's no industry, no field in the world that is left that is not touched by AI. And second is, and which is very critical for you, that reputation that you carry with you is searchable. When I say searchable, you think that I do not use social media, so people will not know about me. Impossible. Impossible. Future employers, future business associates will know a lot about you even before meeting you. Because, again, AI is everywhere. You are leaving digital footprints every day. Today AI knows that I have come from Powai where I stay to this college. In spite of me not doing anything. Okay? It can stitch together my movement over last 3 days and figure out what I do. Even before even me telling about anything about me. It can figure out, so I'll tell you, this is an example. So we deal a lot of in design and everything, so I toyed with AI quite a lot. And I used to give some commands to AI, do this for me or help me do this. Within 3-4 days, 5 days, AI figured out what I do. What is my role? And the next time I gave it a prompt, he told me, as a managing director and chief customers of Pantomath Group, here is what I think you should do. So I did not tell AI what I do. I just asked AI a couple of questions. But what did AI do? AI took those questions, put a context to it, went through my profile on LinkedIn, which I did not ask it to do. Went through, I speak a lot of public conferences and this thing, so a lot of content out there is out across digital media. It took out all those content and this thing, and then it gave me, you have been speaking a lot about this, so here is what I should do. So that is what I know. This is just because I had given a prompt, but tomorrow once you go and meet a prospective employer or a prospective partner or a prospective business associate, the ability of that person to know a lot more about you is far higher than what it is today. And therefore it is very pertinent that the behavior you do is fairly ethical, a lot of integrity built in. Because even if you don't want, people will know. Keep that in mind that your reputation, what you do is extremely searchable. So when I passed out from my management, who I was competing with? I was competing with my batch. Because first competition was batch because I needed to get placed. Luckily I was the first student in my batch to get placed. So once that competition moved out, my next competition became with the other management trainees of the company that I had joined. Once that got over and I got posted in a role, my other competition started with the same people in my role. But there was a finite group of people that I was competing with. And when I was studying, it was my batchmates. So Abhi Aapile for all of your competition is your colleagues, your batchmates. So this competition used to be very finite for our time. But unfortunately for you, you are actually competing with something that we do not know. That is the most scary part. You are going to compete. Number one, your competition ground is not just your university, your college, or your organization. It's global. Unfortunately, that's true. Second thing is the automation that is going to come so fast. It is going unimaginable, and I'll give you an example of it. And third part is you're competing with the algorithms. So most of your competition, other than the last part, is with non-humans. It's not with humans. And non-humans don't have emotion. They don't have struggles like we have. So your competition is so vast. So I was reading an article, I'm giving an example. I was reading an article. There is a measurement meter which actually tells about what AI is doing and how does it make, it measures the efficiency. And how does it measure? It measures by one simple thing, that for the same task that the AI is doing, how much time will a human or a group of humans coming together will have to do without using the AI. So when AI started and the first version started coming out, this measurement was what AI could do in 1 hour, humans could do in 5 hours. That was first when it started. Then this 5 hours became 12 hours. So what AI could do in 1 hour, humans, then they come together, could do in 12 hours. Gradually it moved up to 36 hours. Last year it was at 3 weeks. this year with the latest versions of AI come, it is already 5 months. 5 months. What humans do in 5 months, AI does in 1 hour. That is the speed at which AI is evolving. And when I say work, the work is comparable in terms of the quality of the output, in terms of this, that's comparable. So this is what AI is going to do to all of us. All of us. Remember, technology is a big multiplier. Big multiplier. What does it multiply? It multiplies everything. It multiplies the good, it multiplies the neutral things, and sadly it multiplies the bad also. So it will multiply the greed, it will multiply the evil intentions of the people in there, it will multiply everything because the tools are the same for everyone. And it will multiply it at a speed that we cannot imagine. But you have to remember one thing, that reputation in this world travels faster than this. And today's economy is called as, I call it a one mistake economy. Why do I call it a one mistake economy? Because number one, the mistakes that you do are going to be there forever. It is not something कि मैंने कुछ गलत किया और फिर कुछ ही लोगों ने जाना और फिर बाद में वो दब गए. No. We are a one mistake economy. One mistake and you're gone. Why? Because that mistake, as I said, technology is a multiplier. So even that mistake will get multiplied. And today is multiplying at an X rate, probably tomorrow it will multiply at a 2X rate. So reputation, इसको हम कहते हैं ना कि you can actually take 5 years to build a reputation, but probably 1 minute to destroy a reputation. Those minutes will keep on getting shorter because we are just one mistake away probably from doing something that will have a catastrophic effect on our country. Many of you will start working after some years. Today, when I have to hire someone, the first check I do is the social media check of that person. And if you think that you are not on social media and therefore will not be able to search, please forget that. Please forget that. We have the ability to search anything that you want. And something I'm going to say in confines of this room, I come from a financial industry. Financial industry is prone to a lot of frauds. Don't think कि अगर आप fraud करेंगे तो हमें मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा. हमें सब मालूम. So let me give an example. In my previous company, I used to work with life insurance. Life insurance is an industry which is prone to fraud. Anything to do with money, there will always be fraud. Always. कोई भी ऐसा business नहीं हो सकता अगर money से deal हो रहा है उसमें fraud नहीं है. Life insurance बहुत fraud होते हैं. क्या fraud होता है life insurance? Person who is not supposed to get insurance will get an insurance by saying some false things. I am healthy. That person might not be healthy because if it is not healthy, what is insurance? Insurance is I am going to insure as an insurer. I am going to insure a person X based on today's condition of X. And the inbuilt principle is that X will have to be very truthful about what is the condition of X, which we call as declaration, medical declarations. Many people, because of fraud, will do fraud declarations and this thing. और फिर जब claim आएगा, लोगों को लगता है कि हम लोगों को नहीं मालूम पड़ता है कि आप किसी 4 second टाउन में जाके आप किसी हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हो गए थे और आपको कुछ इलाज हो गया था. ऐसा नहीं है. We have got tools and techniques available to detect everything. So when these are available for businesses, these are also available to do potential checks of whom I am going to hire. So therefore, if you are on social media, and this is only specific for students, be very careful what you are posting. Be very careful. Be very careful what you are liking. Be very careful what you are forwarding. Be very careful what you are reposting. Be very careful about it. Because हम सिर्फ ये नहीं चेक नहीं करते, हमारे पास भी AI टूल्स हैं जो आपकी डिजिटल मीडिया एक्टिविटी को देख के I can create a persona of you in 1 minute. In 1 minute I can do that. So please be very careful in what is your behavior online. Whatever you do digitally is never going to vanish. हमने डिलीट कर दिया, स्पैम फोल्डर से निकाल दिया, डिलीटेड डॉक्यूमेंट में जाके वापस डिलीट कर दिया, सॉरी, nothing gets deleted. Everything that you put out on digital media is there for permanent. They are a screenshot economy. Screenshots are also not safe. You think that they are residing on your device, they are not safe. They are not private, they are not safe. So be very careful, dear students. As I was saying, screenshots are permanent. Tweets resurface. Enough examples. Public servant about to take a public office and कोई पुराना एक ट्वीट सरफेस कर गया, 10 साल पहले का एक ट्वीट जो उसने बहुत पहले डिलीट कर दिया था, but somebody somewhere had taken a screenshot and that screenshot is permanent. So again, the point I am trying to make is be very careful. It should reflect you. You should not be under any pressure to subscribe or to promote a particular ideology. It should reflect what you are as a person, but know very well that what is reflecting of you is what is the world going to see. So be very careful about it. And yes, in condition with this, reels will go viral. Reels will get stored, reels will resurface. When you think they are gone, they are not gone, they will resurface when you don't want them to resurface. So under this background, I have a question to all of you, and it is coming from a personal experience, and I will talk about that personal experience later. But I have a question for you. Suppose you are building a startup. Suppose you are building a startup. You discover that you can increase profits by 25%, but the way to do is slightly gray. It's slightly gray because you are going to use customer data in a way by which it is not supposed to be used, but nobody is going to find out. Nobody is going to find out. आजकल के बैंक्स बहुत करते हैं, हम सबको बजाज फाइनेंस के कॉल्स आते हैं, ये सब आते हैं, which is what? Utilization of customer data in an unethical way. But suppose you are a startup founder, or you work for a startup, or you work for a company, and this is the task that has come to you. Let's use this customer data. हम इसको use करेंगे, and probably we will get more sales. This quarter will be saved. Will you do it? And hand on heart, हाँ मुझे idealistic answer नहीं चाहिए. Idealistic answer is no, I will not do it. Hand on heart, will you do it? And the question to you, ask you is, अगर आप एक lecture attend कर रहे हो, I don't know about the system over here, but उस lecture में attendance compulsory नहीं है. ये attendance measure, college ने बोला है कि attendance compulsory है, but they don't take attendance. Will all of you go and attend that college, provided you don't like that subject, but that subject is part of your curriculum and that you have to be a part. If you have bunked the college knowing very well कि attendance compulsory थी पर मैं नहीं गया, तो nobody is going to know. Nobody may find out. Have you done it? Now again my question is, who has not done it? हाँ दो. Because I don't want to take out who has done it. I'm asking who has done it. Right? So believe me, we also do it in our company and companies, that if there is a way where we can do something that might give us some extra revenue or something, and there's a chance that it is slightly grayish in nature, we'll go ahead and do it. But वो हम अब तक कर सकते थे, because हमारे पास एक बड़ा, हमारे सर के ऊपर एक AI नाम का राक्षस दानव नहीं बैठा, अब नहीं कर पाएंगे. अब नहीं कर पाएंगे because everything is getting recorded somewhere, which will get processed sometime and which will come up some other time. So at this point of time, as a student, you have to figure out for yourself, what do I want to become? Do I want to become that somewhere I might be found out, or do I build in ethics today? Because you are still in the building block of your career. Do you have the opportunity, and yes you have, that I can build in this ethics and compliance in my behavior today. That's the choice that you have to do. You exercise that choice or not, up to you. But that's the choice you have. So, I was telling you, I was giving an example. So, I will not name the company. I have worked with at least 7-8 companies in my career. There was this company where हम लोग कस्टमर्स के लिए क्रेडिट कार्ड स्वाइप करते थे. ये तब की बात है जब क्रेडिट कार्ड वर नॉट टू मेनी. जब हम क्रेडिट कार्ड स्वाइप करते थे तो कस्टमर्स वर ओके इन पेइंग व्हाट इज कॉल्ड एज क्रेडिट कार्ड के ऊपर जो चार्जेस होते हैं व्हिच इज कॉल्ड एज MDR. Customers were okay to pay. The problem was customers never knew that how much is that MDR, which is normally a certain 1 or 2% of the total transaction. So, since customer did not know, we had a choice that we could charge anything. अगर आपने 2% का 3% भी कर दिया, that at least 50% more revenue on the MDR that you are earning. कस्टमर को फर्क नहीं पड़ता. कस्टमर के ट्रांजैक्शन पे probably 15-20 रुपए का फर्क पड़ेगा. But when you club the consumer transactions over a period of year, because of substantial amount. At that point of time, I was managing this entire portfolio. I was supposed to, I was told to increase it. I was told to increase it from 2% to 3%. 2% is what we are actually paying, which we had a right to take from the customers because new. But we said let's try 3%, 8% we'll keep. I don't know what happened, but I said no, and I said people कहते हैं कि I need it in writing. Give it to me that it is to be charged, then only I will. Otherwise, I will not. Because of that, I faced a lot of problems in that job. But today when I look back and think about it, ना उस समय किसी को मालूम नहीं पड़ता है ना, आपको किसी को मालूम पड़ेगा. But now I look back, at least I feel actually proud of myself. It was a time of a huge pressure, but I decided to hold firm my ground. But today I'm extremely proud of it. The point I'm trying to make is, आज तो मैं proud हूँ क्योंकि किसी को मालूम था. कल को अगर आपने ऐसा कुछ किया, people will know. People will know. Because there's nothing that can be hidden in this world. So think a lot. It is a lot of pressure on you. And just one part, I'm slightly digressing. Sustainability is going to become a major part of our. Earlier, sustainability was only a school essay topic. But now sustainability is more than a 30 trillion business. And ESG, climate, economics, they are becoming important in what we are doing. So what you are trying to do and what you do, think it, is it going to be sustainable in future? Are you going to leave a better planet than what you found? That should be in your mind. Are you supposed to do something about it? Not at this stage, but keep in mind. Because at a later stage, there might be options coming to you whether you can go this way or that way. And sustainability will always be one of the important criteria. So, question मैंने आप लोगों को इतना डरा दिया है. AI ये करेगा, AI वो करेगा, AI करेगा, तो क्या solution क्या है? Yeah, remember. So if AI can produce output, write code, analyze data, give a return output, तो फिर हम लोग करेंगे क्या? And especially at an entry level job, because all the entry level jobs today AI can do very well. पहले entry level AI क्या करता था? Entry level jobs क्या करते थे? They would write lines of codes. Okay, AI can do it. They will write lines of content. AI can do it. Legal में they will write agreements, contracts. AI can do it and probably in a far better way than anybody else will do. So first of all, what is AI going to impact? Is going to impact the entry level jobs, and which is already impacted. In my team, if I needed to have 3 or 4 copywriters, today I do with 1. Because उस copywriter का काम है कि जो AI ने produce किया उसको थोड़ा polish करो. Because AI is producing everything. And believe me, अगर आप देख रहे हैं now, I can tell you, मेरी slides जो बनी है ना, मैंने क्या किया इसमें? Content मैंने सोचा, and I put a prompt में पहले I put a content flow. This slide में I want to talk this. So I want to talk this, and I fed it into AI. और मैंने AI को बोला कि मुझे इसके लिए, because I don't rely on AI for content, because I believe content comes from my experience. But मैंने बोला कि मुझे जो background image है ना, वो चाहिए. But what did I do? मैंने ये नहीं बोला AI को कि इसके लिए background, मेरा content है इसके लिए background image है. पहले मैंने AI को बोला कि ये मेरा content है, इसके लिए मुझे background image चाहिए. Background image के लिए क्या prompt देना है पहले मुझे वो दो. I didn't ask AI directly. So AI gave me a prompt. A hand showing. Then I changed that prompt. No, this is not this. That then prompt was fed again to the same AI. कि अब ये prompt है, generate an image for me. So, and that image got generated. Okay, so all the images that you see have been generated by AI. And आपने ध्यान नहीं दिया होगा, but up to this slide ना, every image is as per the slide of is the content of the slide. So what has been done? मैंने AI को बोला कि तुझे मुझे क्या प्रॉम्प्ट देना है तू ही बता. मुझे ये चाहिए पर मुझे तुझे प्रॉम्प्ट देना नहीं आता. तो प्रॉम्प्ट क्या दे मुझे दे, मैं वही प्रॉम्प्ट वापस तुझे दूंगा. राइट, दिस इज व्हाट आई डू. इन डे टू डे टर्म्स क्या हुआ, आई एम राइटिंग अ कोड. मुझे कोडिंग नहीं आती, तो मैंने AI को बोला कि मुझे कोडिंग नहीं आती पर मुझे ये आउटपुट चाहिए, इसके लिए क्या कोड चाहिए मुझे बना के दे. So AI will write the code in YouTube because AI doesn't understand this. So AI can write codes and codes and codes. Anybody who's experimented with Claude का latest version, you'll figure out if you want to make a mobile app today, you don't need to go to a mobile app developer. You can do it in one day. Start from scratch. Think of a business idea today और बोलो इसके लिए मुझे mobile app चाहिए. शाम तक आपका mobile app ready होगा. Even without you knowing anything about coding, anything.
Claude AI.
Claude, and I'll tell you the version also because there's a version control and I'll talk about it. So that is how world is changing. And you have to be prepared. So again, coming back to बहुत डरा दिया मैंने आप लोगों को. So what is left? चेतावनी है, but उसके लिए what is left then? And this is one of my favorite places. Please remember, AI का full form क्या है? फर्स्ट वर्ड क्या है? It is artificial. It is artificial. It is going to remain artificial, although I do not know. It might not remain artificial going forward, but as of now, it is artificial. So what it cannot replace? Judgment, trust, responsibility. It cannot do this right now. Again, I am saying right now. हो सकता हो somebody is working on to take care of this, and I believe sure. But as of now, what AI cannot do is this, and this is where we humans come in. This is where we humans come in, and if you see all the three parts of judgment, trust, and responsibility, उसकी bedrock क्या है? Ethics and integrity. It is based on ethics and integrity because AI cannot differentiate between right and wrong, between moral and immoral. AI is like a computer. It is a computer program. जो बोला वो देगा. अगर मैं प्रोग्राम बना रहा हूँ कि मुझे ऐसा प्रोग्राम बनाओ जिससे मैं 10 लोगों को मार पाऊँ, तो मुझे मिला के दे देगा. तो मुझे ये नहीं बोलेगा कि ये क्यों कर रहे हो, अलाउड नहीं है, इलीगल है. It will not because it doesn't have the judgment. But it does not have the judgment today. Again, it is coming with a caveat that it does not have the judgment today. Tomorrow it might have. So what AI cannot replace? अगर कुछ गलती करी, stand up and say I goofed up. So AI will not take responsibility. It cannot because it cannot process. AI cannot stand firm under pressure because आपने इसको एक कमांड दिया, बोलो नहीं अच्छा लग रहा, दूसरा कमांड दो, वो दूसरा आउटपुट दे देगा. So it will not stand firm. It will not stand firm on what it said. And you can do this. You give same command to 10 to 3 different AI engines. All 3 will give a different output. Right? Currently AI is not able to think 10 years ahead. So हम में capability है. We have that ability of vision. We have an ability to visualize. जो आज तक AI में नहीं है. And AI will not build long-term trust. If I am talking to someone and if I have been working with someone for some time, there is a mutual trust that develops. That is AI cannot do. So use AI to help you win. Use AI to help you win, and I'm going to tell you by the end of this session how. How? It is not rocket science. It is not. But use AI. Take advantages of what AI cannot do and use that in your day-to-day life. If we look at 5 years from now, everyone will use AI. Everyone will use technology. Everyone will have similar tools at your disposal. It's like a computer. सबके पास कंप्यूटर है, सबके पास इंटरनेट है, it's available to everyone. Everyone will look equally smart because आप कुछ भी बोलो AI में डालो वो आउटपुट निकाल के देगा. हर एक जने का रिज्यूमे AI के थ्रू आएगा तो it will look very nice. और जो ईमेल्स आप भेजेंगे they will look picture perfect. एक वर्ड इधर से उधर नहीं, एक स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक नहीं है. So what is your competitive advantage? अगर everybody is the same, so what will be your competitive advantage? Your competitive advantage will be, most of the time companies will stop asking who is smart because everyone is smart. Everyone is smart, right? सबके पास वो tool available, so companies will not ask who is smart. They will start asking that whom I can trust with this responsibility. If we have to give task to this one, who is the best person? Then that best person की definition क्या होगा? The person who is responsible. The person who has ethics and integrity built into their day-to-day behavior. And believe me, things will go wrong. ये सत्य है. हमेशा things go wrong. मैं आपको ये भी बताता हूँ, probably आपके प्रोफेसर और आपके टीचर नहीं बताएंगे. इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के कहेंगे कि एक दो चीजें गलत हुई हों, तो आपको मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा. But things go wrong. Last minute चीज, what you plan doesn't happen. Somebody doesn't turn up, somebody gets up late, किसी की तबीयत खराब हो जाती है, कोई एक equipment fail हो जाता है. Things will go wrong. AI summit में हमने देखा क्या क्या wrong हुआ है. All have seen examples, right? Value University, Congress का protest yesterday. उसके अलावा too many other things that went wrong. Queue managers went bust. If an event of that scale, जिसमें कितने टाइम की प्लानिंग हुई, कितने लोग लगे होंगे, can go wrong. So हमारी लाइफ में भी कुछ हो रहा होगा, things will go wrong. So things are going to, remember this, things will go wrong. So yeah. So if you want to stay relevant, first of all, learn AI. I'm going to tell you how to learn AI. मैं इससे के बोल के नहीं जाऊँगा कि learn AI. I will tell you students के लिए एकदम actionable items what to do to learn AI. Use AI, master technology. But most important is build this. Build a reputation. कल को अगर आपके faculty को कोई काम है, they should think who's the best student to do it. They will not think of the person who gets the highest grades. Remember, they will think of the person who has delivered under pressure, who gets the things done, who has created a reputation for himself or herself. And that is what AI cannot give, because AI cannot perform under pressure, but we humans can. If we are able to perform under pressure consistently over a period of time, you build what is called as a reputation. And once that reputation is built, no AI can ever replace you. No AI. So in the long run, skills will make you employable. Definitely, the skills that you are going to get from the institution, from your friends, from anything else. But it is the character. Believe me, this sounds very idealistic. But in this world of AI, when everybody has the same tools available, it's your character which is going to stand out. It is the character. कल को अगर आप किसी एक कंपनी में काम कर रहे हो, किसी और कंपनी में चाहिए कि हमें ऐसा कोई बंदा चाहिए, तो your name should come. Why? Because your character, your reputation has traveled faster, and that is what you have to build. Easier said than done. It comes from consistency. It comes from not just one time. It comes from consistency. So what should you do? As I was saying, start taking AI seriously to all the students. It is not just a search engine. Don't use AI. Use AI as a search engine. Definitely, it's a fantastic search engine. Because unlike normal search engine, instead of giving options, it gives you one sharp thing that you need to do. So use AI in your search, but don't just use AI as a search. Problem is most of us use, हम लोग कहते हैं ना कि हम AI use कर रहे हैं. 90% of you are using AI as a search engine. Even when you are using it to do your college projects or anything, it's a search engine. That's the most basic function of an AI. So don't use only it as a search engine, start doing something more. But how do you do that? First, this is the first learning. That's the best model available, because what you use today as a free version of AI is something that was 5 years back, was developed 2-3 years back. It is not the best model. I have given you two best models over here, ChatGPT 5.2 and Claude Opus 4.6. These are paid versions. But this payment will probably be equal to the spend that you do on one movie outing. That's the subscription you will pay per month. But if you think that it is important to invest in yourself, invest in your career, start. Don't use normal ChatGPT. Use this version of ChatGPT. Because अगर आप ChatGPT use करो तो already 3 साल पीछे. Because what 5.2 can do, 5.1 cannot do, and then you will not be able to figure out how to use AI based. So first of all, invest in your career, invest in your development, use these versions. Don't ask a question, give it a task. Don't tell me that I have to go from this college to Powai, tell me the best way. No, give it a task. That I have to do this, I am this and this, मुझे ये 5 काम करने हैं और वहाँ करना है, now tell me the best way to do it. It will tell you the best way. You know, learning how to give prompt is also it's a कला. वो कला आपको सीखनी है. AI is as good as the prompt that you give. So learn to give prompts. And those prompts are not just search. Those prompts are a task. Give AI a task, and you will be surprised what it can do for you. You will be surprised. Build the habit of adapting. Because AI is going to change, so therefore you need to learn कि आज मैं जो सीख रहा हूँ या सीख रही हूँ, that will not be valid tomorrow. You need to adapt. And one last thing that I will leave you with is do this. 1 घंटे की रील्स जो आप कर रहे हैं ना आजकल, वो 1 घंटा रील से हटा के सिर्फ AI से एक्सपेरिमेंट करने के लिए डू इट रिलीजियसली. कि मैंने 1 घंटा देना तो मैं 1 घंटा दूँ. In your travel, do it. You don't need to take out time. Just between your these things you can do. But believe me, just do 1 hour of AI adoption every day, and you will be far ahead of the race. Why? Because no one is doing it. No one is doing it. Just do this one thing. Use the latest version and use it daily. 1 घंटा दीजिए सिर्फ. आप अपने फ्यूचर जिंदगी के लिए आज की जिंदगी से 1 घंटा निकालिए और दीजिए. Your future life will always complement your past life. कि तुमने वो 1 घंटा जो दिया ना रोज का, 30 घंटे जो महीने के दिए ना, उसकी वजह से आज मैं यहाँ हूँ. But give that 1 hour.
So,
इस 1 hour पे compromise मत करो.
like experimenting in what realm? Can you give a specific
So I'll tell
example?
you. So let's take an example. मैं आपको एक example बताऊँ. I'll just answer this question and then. So I'll give you an example. We wanted to make a report on. We come from investment banking. One of the businesses that we manage is investment banking, and we wanted to look at investment banking trends of last 1 year. अगर मुझे ये किसी रिसर्चर को बिठा के कराना होता, कम से कम 1 हफ्ते से 10 दिन का of dedicated work. That person will go through every IPO transaction that happened in last 1 year. What was the amount raised? What was subscription? Offer for sale कितना था? Institution में कितना participation था? Retail participation कितना था? उसमें से trends कितना? I gave a command to AI. It gave me a report in 5 minutes. Was that report correct? No. lot of errors. But then I realized why it is not correct. Because my command was very vague. My command was give me a trends on last 1 year IPO trends of the main board IPOs that have come. I should have been very specific. That I want a trend. In this trend, I want compare it with last year, compare it with amount raised, compare this thing. So whatever questions I had in mind, I should have converted into a prompt and given. It was given me a far better outcome. The point I am trying to make is आपके पास कोई भी अपना project है, personal assignment है, give it to AI. But the best part to use AI is give it to as if you are explaining the problem to someone. कल को आपको किसी को बिठा के कोई काम कराना है, घर पे इलेक्ट्रिशियन आया, इलेक्ट्रिशियन आके उसको अगर काम कराना है तो हम बोलेंगे ना भाई यहाँ पे वायरिंग जा रही है, यहाँ पे नई वायरिंग लगवानी है, यहाँ पे नया स्विच लगवाना है, ये तो ऐसे ही सोचिए आप कि you are talking to a human. The way you will explain your problem to a human, give that way to AI. And believe me, over a period of time, you will realize that your prompts are getting better. They are getting sharper. And therefore, the output is getting better. You know, you all heard about that concept of garbage in, garbage out. अगर आपका prompt ही garbage है तो output ही garbage मिलेगा. But if your prompt is sharp, prompt is very clear, you will get good output. And that prompt you develop over a period of time. Yes, ma'am.
Certainly, what my understanding here is, whenever I work with AI, specifically ChatGPT, I ask ChatGPT to act like that person. So,
Yes.
If I want to travel to Goa, so I tell ChatGPT that act as the best tour operator who can give me so and so, or act as the college teacher who's teaching 19-year-old students, management students who are in Mumbai. South Mumbai. So the more you tell ChatGPT specifically, the ChatGPT will act like that. So the role assignment is, I believe, is the same thing that I have understood from what you were saying.
Absolutely,
That's it.
absolutely. Absolutely. It is a lot about the prompt. So my daughter is in 10th. She is in IGCSE board. अब हर बार तो टीचर मिलते नहीं हैं. अगर मैं उसको कोई मॉडल पेपर देता हूँ, मुझे evaluate करना होता है तो मैं क्या करता हूँ? Exactly what? वो फोटोज जो उसने लिखा है आंसर पेपर में ChatGPT पे अपलोड करता हूँ, उसको बोलता हूँ थिंक योरसेल्फ एज एन एग्जामिनर फॉर क्लास 10 IGCSE. Look at the marking scheme, the official marking scheme. Evaluate it basis that marking scheme and give me the output. And ChatGPT मुझे आंसर दे देता है कि आप लड़के ने इतना स्कोर किया. Is it 100% accurate? No. Is it providing me a guidance? Yes. If my prompts become sharper over a period of time, it will keep on getting better. So it is up to us how we use it. But invest your time. And yes, my advice to all the faculty members also over here is start using AI. It will actually. No, but again, I am saying use the latest version. Because जो आप लोग use कर रहे हैं ना अभी, वो AI का world has already given up on it. It has moved to the next level.
आपको ऐसा लगता है कि जब कोई भी ऐसे जैसे अभी मैंने भी लिखा या किसी ने भी लिखा AI में हम डाल देते हैं तो थोड़ा बहुत ज़्यादा आर्टिफिशियल, फ्लारी, ओवरवेलमिंग एंड सो ओवर द टॉप कि सुनने वाला उससे कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाते. ऐसे होता है कि आप दिल से बात नहीं करते. तो आई थिंक समवेयर वो भी एक इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट है. तो जो AI हमको देता है उसके साथ हम उसमें लाइक you said machines cannot be responsible. They have no emotions, no thoughts, no soul, no feeling. तो उसमें फीलिंग डालना शायद एक ह्यूमन का काम वही हो.
बिल्कुल सही बोला आपने मैडम. बट मेरा इसका काउंटर पॉइंट ये रहेगा मैडम कि फीलिंग AI आज नहीं डाल हो सकता हो अगर हम उसको बोले कि नहीं जो तूने लिखा है बहुत फ्लोई है, फ्लावरी है, मुझे थोड़ा इमोशन चाहिए तो वो चेंज कर देगा. या तो हम एडिट करेंगे. पर आप ये भी कर सकते हैं, मालूम है उसने आउटपुट दिया, आपने एडिट किया, जो आपको लगा ठीक है, आप वो एडिट ना वापस उस पर डालिए और बोले कि ये मेरा स्टाइल है. जब अगली बार देना ना तो मुझे इस स्टाइल में देना. एंड बिलीव मी AI will give you in that style. So because AI का काम ही जो आप पहले कहे कि मशीन लर्निंग, वो मशीन है जो keeps on learning. जब आपसे पहले कह रहा था, it is like a virus, it is like a bacteria. जिसको पहले हम एंटीबायोटिक्स से लेते थे, हमारी तबीयत ठीक हो जाती थी. बट ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम इट हैज गॉट रेजिस्टेंट टू अवर एंटीबायोटिक. अभी मैं आपको रिसेंट एग्जांपल देता हूँ. एक चैट शुरू हुआ ऑनलाइन ट्विटर पे। चैट में क्या होता है, 10-12 लोग आपस में चैटिंग करते हैं, चैट रूम होता है। Somebody saw that chat is happening and entered, and that person very soon realized that out of all those 10, all 10 were chatbots. All 10 were chatbots. That means what they were doing, the chatbots are talking amongst themselves. And they are saying ki, and they were actually saying ki, how do I make my output more human? The other chatbots are answering him to do this, do this, do this. So remember the world, there is no human intervention. Chatbots got together and they started talking to each other. That is what world is going to come to. And when somebody asks who owns that chat room, that person says, I don't have a control because if I आपस में start करते I can't stop it. So that is what AI is going to become.
So where we draw this line when we talk about AI efficiency,
We can't.
human dignity.
Unfortunately, we are past. वो तब करना था जब AI बन रहा था. अब नहीं है.
But that's what now everybody is smart and intelligent.
Yes.
The
तो
output
अब
is
जैसे
all-
मैं आपको इसका काउंटर एग्जांपल देता हूँ. जब 99-2000s में अच्छी तरह कंप्यूटर्स वगैरह आने लगे, सब आने लगे, तो सब लोग बोलने लगे कि अब जॉब्स गए. सारे कंप्यूटर हो जाएगा, सब कुछ कंप्यूटराइज हो जाएगा, मशीन सब कैलकुलेट करेंगे, आउटपुट प्रिंट आउट्स निकलेंगे, ये वो सब जगह कंप्यूटराइज हो जाएगा, तो जॉब्स विल गो अवे. Why were people saying that? Because what they did not realize is that some jobs will go away. There is a new kind of jobs that will come along, which the entire IT software boom computers की वजह से आया. We are exactly at that stage right now. कि हम लोग कह रहे हैं AI आ रहा है, jobs दे रहा है, ये वो. But AI क्या कर सकता है उसकी वजह से what are the new avenues that get created? We do not have the visibility. And since we do not have the visibility, the only thing that you can do is to master AI. That's the only thing you can do. Because tomorrow when I have to, as an employer, I have to pick someone, I will pick someone who understands and uses AI effectively other than somebody who does not. So it is up to you. The ball is in your court, dear students, to use AI and not to use AI. And if you want to use AI, 2-3 things. Number one, use AI ethically. Integrity is the bedrock. And third is keep on learning. It's a consistent learning that AI works on. So, imagine a new country. It's a new country which has 50 million citizens, 5 crore logs. And everybody is like smart as a Nobel Prize. Everybody is smart. That country is getting created now. That country, and AI is that country. Now you have to decide whether you want to be a part of that country or you want to be on the sidelines. Up to you. I leave it to you. But all the best and thank you so much. नहीं प्लीज प्लीज
AI ने नहीं किया हमको देखिए.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very insightful and enlightening keynote address. Sir spoke about human intervention, and what I remember is what Nikola Tesla stated in the year, way back in the year 1926, that one day
Thank you so much, sir, for a very insightful and enlightening keynote address.
and so simple
That
that
human
man
intervention
and
and
what I
his
remember
pocket.
is what Nikola Tesla stated in now finding how relevant it was 26. That one day
Thank you so much, sir, for a very insightful and enlightening keynote address.
and so
That
simple
all about
man
human
about
intervention
carrying
and
what I
his
remember
pocket.
because Nikola Tesla stated in now finding how relevant it was given
Thank you so much, sir, for a very insightful and enlightening keynote address. Proper and focused performance. Human intervention carrying what I remember because Nikola Tesla stated in now finding how relevant it was given Thank you so much, sir, for a very insightful and enlightening keynote address. Proper and focused performance. Human intervention carrying what I remember
autonomous. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the entire organization for having accepted our invitation on a very short notice and gracing the occasion to organize this and the keynote speaker. So thank you once again, sir. I also thank our principal, dignitaries on the dais, faculty members and organizing committee members for their participation in this and gracing the occasion ceremony. A special appreciation to the entire team for their outstanding conduct. With gratitude and appreciation, with your full of thought, we look forward to having our faculty members and their full participation. Thank you. Starting the technical session 1 for faculty in the same room, so I request all the delegates to remain present here. 1B for students who will be in the computer lab, and students kindly take a note of it, and the delegates I request you all to kindly cooperate with the IT team for uploading the presentation. Thank you. So I request all the delegates to remain present here. 1B for students who will be in the computer lab. And the delegates I request you all to kindly cooperate with the IT team for uploading the presentation. Thank you. So I request all the delegates to remain present here. 1B for students who will be in the computer lab. And the delegates I request you all to kindly cooperate with the IT team for uploading the presentation. Thank you. So I request all the delegates to remain present here. 1B for students who will be in the computer lab. And the delegates I request you all to kindly cooperate with the IT team for uploading the presentation. Thank you. So I request all the delegates to remain present here. 1B for students who will be in the computer lab. And the delegates I request you all to kindly cooperate with the IT team for uploading the presentation. Thank you. So I request all the delegates to remain present here. 1B for students who will be in the computer lab. And the delegates I request you all to kindly cooperate with the IT team for uploading the presentation. Thank you. So I request all the delegates to remain present here. 1B for students who will be in the computer lab. And the delegates I request you all to kindly cooperate with the IT team for uploading the presentation. Thank you. So I request all the delegates to remain present here. 1B for students who will be in the computer lab. And the delegates I request you all to kindly cooperate with the IT team for uploading the presentation. Thank you. So I request all the delegates to remain present here. 1B for students who will be in the computer lab. And the delegates I request you all to kindly cooperate with the IT team for uploading the presentation. Thank you. So I request all the delegates to remain present here. 1B for students who will be in the computer lab. And the delegates I request you all to kindly cooperate with the IT team for uploading the presentation. Thank you. So I request all the delegates to remain present here. 1B for students who will be in the computer lab. And the delegates I request you all to kindly cooperate with the IT team for uploading the presentation. Thank you. So I request all the delegates to remain present here. 1B for students who will be in the computer lab. And the delegates I request you all to kindly cooperate with the IT team for uploading the presentation. Thank you. So I request all the delegates to remain present here. 1B for students who will be in the computer lab.
Gracious to be our chairperson for this technical session. Madam, thank you for acknowledging our invitation and thus sparing your valuable time for the conference. Ma'am, I most respectfully request you to come forward and address the audience. Gracious to be our chairperson for this technical session. Yeah. Madam, thank you for acknowledging
our additional Vice Principal,
our
Professor
invitation
Sharma, to kindly
and thus sparing
felicitate
your
ma'am
valuable time
with a
for the
token of
conference.
appreciation from Lala
Ma'am, I
Lajpat Rai
most
College of
respectfully
Commerce.
request you to come forward and address the audience. Gracious to be our chairperson for this technical session. Yeah. Madam, thank you for
That I would request
acknowledging
our additional Vice Principal,
our
Professor
invitation
Sharma, to
and
kindly
thus sparing
felicitate
your
ma'am
valuable time
with a
for the
token of
conference.
appreciation from Lala
Ma'am, I
Lajpat Rai
most
College of
respectfully
Commerce.
request you to come forward and address the audience. Gracious to be our chairperson for this technical session. Yeah. Madam, thank you for
That I would request
acknowledging
our additional Vice Principal,
our
Professor
invitation
Sharma, to
and
kindly
thus sparing
felicitate
your
ma'am
valuable time
with a
for the
token of
conference.
appreciation from Lala
Ma'am, I
Lajpat Rai
most
College of Commerce.
respectfully request you to come forward and address the audience. Gracious to be our chairperson for this technical session. Yeah. Madam, thank you for
That I would request
acknowledging
our additional Vice Principal,
our
Professor
invitation
Sharma, to
and
kindly
thus sparing
felicitate
your
ma'am
valuable time
with a
for the
token of
conference.
appreciation from Lala
Ma'am, I
Lajpat Rai
most
College of Commerce.
respectfully request you to come forward and address the audience. Gracious to be our chairperson for this technical session. Yeah. Madam, thank you for
That I would request
acknowledging
our additional Vice Principal,
our
Professor
invitation
Sharma, to
and
kindly
thus sparing
felicitate
your
ma'am
valuable time
with a
for the
token of
conference.
appreciation from Lala
Ma'am, I
Lajpat Rai
most
College of
respectfully
Commerce.
request you to come forward and address the audience. Gracious to be our chairperson for this technical session. Madam, thank you for acknowledging
Our additional Vice Principal,
our
Professor
invitation
Sharma, to
and
kindly
thus
felicitate
sparing your
ma'am
valuable
with a
time for
token
the
of
conference.
appreciation from Lala
Ma'am, I
Lajpat Rai
most
College of
respectfully
Commerce.
request you to come forward and address the audience. Gracious to be our chairperson for this technical session. Madam, thank you for acknowledging
Additional Vice Principal,
our
Professor
invitation
Sharma, to
and
kindly
thus
felicitate
sparing your
ma'am
valuable time
with a
for the
token of
conference.
appreciation from Lala
Ma'am,
Lajpat
I
Rai
most
College of Commerce.
respectfully request you to come forward and address the audience. Gracious to be our chairperson for this technical session. Madam, thank you for acknowledging
Vice Principal,
our
Professor
invitation
Sharma, to
and
kindly
thus sparing
felicitate
your
ma'am
valuable
with
time
a
for the
token of
conference.
appreciation from Lala
Ma'am,
Lajpat
I
Rai
most
College of
respectfully
Commerce.
request you to come forward and address the audience. Gracious to be our chairperson.
Use it responsibly, as most of the teachers, they will have to do a lot of research work, right? So there the ethics come as far as research is concerned, ki how you use the data, how you use the information, right? And what tools you use for the information. You have all heard of plagiarism, right? Which is very important. And you can use the information which is there by other researchers, but when you use it, you have to use it ethically. There are rules regarding plagiarism also. And as far as students are concerned, all teachers also have students using chat GPT, and ये हमारा तो रोज का experience है. Even if we tell students to write an application, गाँव जाना है 10 दिन, application लिख के लाओ, तो सोचते भी नहीं क्या लिख रहा है, चैट जीपीटी पर वही लिखा. अरे योर नेम लिखा तो योर नेम तो कट करो, अपना नाम तो लिखो, योर नेम भी लिखते हैं, right? So even that, they are not using their brains. Creativity is lost because of this AI. But you have to use the tools, so you have to learn the tools. So तो सोचते भी नहीं क्या लिख रहा है, चैट जीपीटी पर वही स्टूडेंट का टीचर योर नेम लिखा तो योर नेम तो कट करो, अपना नाम तो लिखो, योर नेम भी लिखते हैं. Learn the research. So even that, they are not using their brains. Creativity is lost because of I started using AI. But you have to use the tools, so you have to learn. So name मालूम हमको. तो सोचते भी नहीं क्या लिख रहा है, चैट जीपीटी पर वही योर नेम लिखा तो योर नेम तो कट करो, अपना नाम तो लिखो, योर नेम भी लिखते हैं. Learn the research. So even that, they are not using their brains. Creativity is lost because of I started using AI. But you have to use the tools, so you have to learn. So
everybody characterize ChatGPT for example, all names because I am the problem learn and research, even that they are using their brains. Creativity is lost but you have to use the tools to ChatGPT and everybody characterize ChatGPT for example, all names because I am the problem learn and research, even that they are using their brains. Creativity is lost but you have to use the tools to ChatGPT and everybody characterize ChatGPT for example, all names because I am the problem learn and research, even that they are using their brains. Creativity is lost but you have to use the tools to ChatGPT and everybody characterize ChatGPT for example, all names because I am the problem learn and research, even that they are using their brains. Creativity is lost but you have to use the tools to everybody characterize ChatGPT for example, all names because I am the problem learn and research, even that they are using their brains. Creativity is lost but you have to use the tools to
I will be moderating the session where all the participants have 10 minutes of slot. I would like to remind our presenters that you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Okay, followed by 8 minutes warning bell. Then again, which will be followed by question answer sessions. So with our resource person and of course with the audience also. So it is now time for our first presenter. There's a slight change, madam. The first is going second and the second one is. So now I call upon Dr. Kanan Bhatt, first presenter, to please present the papers with the audience also. So it is now time for our first presenter. There's a slight change, madam. The first is going second and the second.
You will tell us.
I'll tell you. So now I call
Clap
upon
in the beginning shows the inaugural start, clap in the middle shows
Dr.
to
Kanan
stop,
Bhatt.
and praise and clap at the end shows
First
one.
presenter.
So
Please
I have clapped. I want to have clapped once more. Mano hi
So
Mahatam
it is
Janam,
now
my
time
friends
for our
turns
first
now.
presenter.
Mano hi Mahatam
This is
Janam,
Shine
below the logo of Lala Lajpat Rai College लिखा है. संस्कृत में एक वाक्य लिखा है. मानो ही Mahatam inaugural start, clap in the middle
महान
shows
लोगों
to
का
stop,
जो
and praise and clap at the end shows one. सम्मान स्वाभिमान और आत्मसम्मान होता है. उसी को आगे लेके जाते हुए Mahatam Janam, my friends turns now. मानो ही Mahatam Janam, below the logo of Lala Lajpat Rai College लिखा है. संस्कृत में एक वाक्य लिखा है. मानो ही Mahatam inaugural start, clap in the middle shows before and praise and clap at the end shows one. From Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, आगे लेके जाते my head, Mahatam Janam, my friends turns now. मानो ही Mahatam below the logo of Lala Lajpat Rai College लिखा है. संस्कृत में एक वाक्य लिखा है. मानो ही Mahatam inaugural start, clap in the middle shows before and praise and clap at the end shows one. From Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, आगे लेके जाते my head, Mahatam Janam, my friends turns now. मानो ही Mahatam below the logo of Lala Lajpat Rai College लिखा है. संस्कृत में एक वाक्य लिखा है. मानो ही Mahatam inaugural start, clap in the middle shows before before and praise and left and right. So some my head, flowers are the I must have title for the Lalajpur Polish
Students, very important, people education, every college education must include of making more printouts, your statements, your community, instead of using harmful to the environment. And these small things you do as an account holder or as a bank client, you have the entire name along with it. The community also says that there are low initiatives or general this mission start small policy of peers free as an account holder, sustainability, and peace perseverance. जो आप फॉलो कर रहे हो उसमें नहीं करना है, फॉलो करके रहना है। And our class is all combined. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for sharing your research work vis-a-vis related to our topic. Thanks once again, Kanan madam. We now move on to our next presenter, Ms. Rachna Shivaraman, of law. And her title goes with First Governance in India, Ethics versus Colonial Interest.
Your presentation.
Forest Governance in India. Forest.
Just a second. You have put it in the drive.
Yes, I first one.
This. यहाँ से I can't do slideshow. I can't do slideshow from here.
नहीं कर पा रहे
Slideshow नहीं
करना ही पड़ेगा यहाँ पे है ना स्लाइड शो का ऑप्शन हाँ है ना
Can I say next? So
Yes, yes, please. Yeah.
can I start?
Yes. एक minute. I didn't share it on Zoom. Just a second. I need to share the screen on Zoom. नहीं सामने शेयर करना है उसी से Yes, please.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, esteemed faculty members and students. My name is Ms. Rachna Shivaraman. I am a faculty of history discipline from D.G. Ruparel College. My paper is titled as Forest Governance in India, Ethics versus Colonial Interest. My paper examines how forests were ethically utilized in the pre-colonial period and how, with the advent of colonial intervention, transformed forests from ethical spaces into economic resources of the state. Next slide, please. So to begin with, forests have historically been central to India's ecology and cultural life. In the pre-colonial period, forest use was governed through customary practices, moral obligation towards nature. However, with the colonial intervention, forests became a more centralized property. They were exploited by technological expansion, particularly the railways. Ma'am, next slide, please. So my research objectives are as follows. First, to distinguish between how citizens utilized forest in the pre-colonial and colonial era. Second, to examine how British instituted forest laws were completely paradox in nature. And third, to evaluate the ecological destruction which is caused and the displacement of indigenous communities. Methodology. So the methodology, the data I have acquired is by referring to works of Ramchandra Guha, Madhav Gadgil, Shivram Krishnan to analyze colonial forest governance and its implications. To talk about review of literature, scholars like Gadgil and Guha argue that colonial forestry fractured community-based system. Ramchandra Guha also highlights the fact that The forest policies which were brought about by the Britishers were completely revenue driven rather than conservation orientation. So building on these work, my paper foregrounds ethical dimension and connects it directly to technological development and sustainability. Next slide, please. Okay. Here are my research questions. How did forest governance in pre-colonial India reflect community-based values? Second, was colonial conservation truly environmental or economic driven? And third, how did the British ignore the welfare of local communities for utilitarian goals? Okay. So my findings are as follows. So forests were utilized in the colonial period as well as in the pre-colonial period, but there is a huge world of difference between the both. So here I will be speaking about utilization of forest in the pre-colonial era. The first one says that sacred groves protect biodiversity and cultural practices. In countries like India, trees are worshipped. To be specific, we have the banyan tree and peepal tree which are worshipped by people. Second, we had the system of mixed forest ecosystem. Mixed forest ecosystem means growing of different kinds of saplings which would eventually turn out to grow as trees. Third, customary community rights. The indigenous tribal community who resided in the outskirts of forest had rights over the forested land. Next, hunting. No, sorry, previous slide please. There is a point there, regulated hunting and shifting cultivation. Hunting as a sport was practiced in the pre-colonial period, medieval period as well as the modern period. The only difference between both of them was in the pre-colonial period, hunting was very much regulated. It was done on a lower scale as compared to the colonial period. Forest was also linked and given titles like Vana Devi. Vana Devi actually means forest goddess. And people had this assumption that if you destroy anything in the forest, it's going to upset her and then she will give you punishment regarding it. The last one is Vanaprastha stage. So in Indian society, in ancient culture, they had 4 systems of life. That is the Brahmacharyism, Grihastha, Vanaprastha and last is Sannyasam. So in the Vanaprastha stage, the word Vanaprastha actually means entering into the forest. So this is that phase of a person's life when he or she is completely done with worldly duties and will be entering the forest to for meditation, self-discipline and learning. And in order to incur these, forests were an ideal location. And can I have the next slide please? So this is the colonial, how forests were treated during the colonial period. The first point, commercial motivation. So to begin with, Britishers when they came to India, the major agenda was to explore our natural resources. One main reason for this was British at this period, they were building up their industries. We all are aware about the popular industrial revolution that had taken place. So we had oak trees in England which supplied them wood for their industries and shipbuilding thing. But what happened, this oak was so much in demand that it started diminishing. So they came to our country, they explored our forest and found perfect replacement for this oak trees, which was the sal tree and the teak tree. The timbers of these trees were sent to Britain for their shipbuilding industry. Second is technological advancement. We all credit Britishers for the railways that they have given it to us, but it comes with a cost. Railway development from 1853 demanded wooden sleepers, and in order to fulfill this demand, millions and millions of trees, our trees, were cut. Next, state monopolies and laws. So Britishers are known to have brought forest laws, and one particular thing I would like to highlight here is the law of 1878. So what the Britishers did was, when they came to our country in the year 1858, they divided the forest into 3 fragments, such as reserve forest, protected forest and village forest. What happened in reserve forest, the area allocated for reserve forest was completely under the control of Britishers. What happens in the protected region of the forest is that people were allowed to go and collect food and fodder, but at any given point, at any given moment, the British authority had complete right to stop them and intervene. And the third one, village forest, was actually given to the people of India. But the thing is, it was more in theory than in actual practice. We also have something called as displacement of communities. Britishers had completely banned shifting cultivation, because shifting cultivation, what happens is then you cut the trees and then the land is left barren for a long period of time. The Britishers felt that this barren land, this shifting cultivation could lead to lower demand of teak trees and sal trees. So for that they banned the shifting cultivation. Wildlife destruction. Hunting was rewarded. Ma'am, can you please go to the next slide? I have two pictures here to show. Okay, that is Lord Curzon with his wife posing after hunting our Bengal tiger, and this is another fellow Britishman. He is posing after hunting a bear. The sources are mentioned above. And can you go to the next slide, please? Okay. So my conclusion is that in the pre-colonial period, forests were utilized by our people for their livelihood, and it also held spiritual value. But when the British Raj came forward, they utilized our forest majorly for from economic point of view, and this colonial lead has also led to biodiversity. After a particular time, what happened was Britishers were focusing more and more of only one kind of trees, that is only sal trees and teak trees should be grown, which led to the practice of monoculture. All our other trees were not given importance, which led to ecological imbalance. Ma'am, next slide please. So the limitation of my study is that it is largely relied on secondary sources. The study does not examine the tribal communities, because initially when Britishers bring these kind of laws which would deny them the rights, a lot of tribal communities revolted, so my study misses that. And it also sheds a light overall on the British Raj, on their overall policy, and it is not divided as per the regions. Next slide please. These are my references. So I would like to conclude by saying that pre-colonial era saw forest being utilized by communities for fuel wood, grazing cattle, agricultural tools. Speaking of agriculture, clearing of forest did not occur, but the scale of exploitation was limited. Technology was limited. Ecological imbalance was there, but not to a larger extent, unlike the colonial loot. Thank you so much. Ma'am, I selected this topic because coming from history discipline, I wanted to bring importance on how the forests were treated by us before the Britishers came, and what was the condition of our forests after the Britishers. Because when we talk about subjects like our subject history, we talk about wars, we talk about policies. So I wanted to bring some attention towards the natural resources.
But after Britishers are gone, still we are cutting trees.
We are, ma'am, but my research paper aims only at a particular year. So at the time when their rule was at the zenith, they exploited it a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachna. Thank you for excellently presenting your transition period, colonial and pre-colonial. Thank you once again. I now welcome Basim sir. He joined us. He is the director of. I call upon my third presenter, Sneha Dilip Patel. And the title goes with her, to study the effect of food image misrepresentation on sweetie users' trust.
Have you uploaded it here? Okay, this one. I'll just share it in 1 minute. I'll share it on Zoom. चल रहा है.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. So if asking why did I choose this topic, I myself is a small business owner and I basically customize shoes, hand-painted shoes and all. And when Gemini introduced this concept that you can use AI to be creative with your background, even if you do not have a high-class photographer, I did that to post it on my page. I just randomly hand-painted something and I just kept it on a plain background and I gave prompt to AI that just create a background related to the concept with my design. And AI created and I did post it on social media. But then this thought came in my head that if I am doing this, so many other people also might be doing that. And like sir enlightened him today with the topic that yeah, people are using AI in also unethical way. But that does not mean we cheat our customers. So yes, it gave me a realization that it's not only in my field, but also in food business. And when I talk about the food business, the topmost online platforms, one is Zomato and another one is Swiggy. I'll talk about Zomato later. The reason why I chose Swiggy is because I was a Swiggy user and I have had my personal experience. So yes, my topic basically focuses on visual misrepresentation done by a lot of restaurants and a lot of cafes nowadays on the Swiggy platform. So, ma'am, next slide. Okay, so the main problem here was many restaurants and cafes were using AI generated pictures or fake pictures, or for that extent, even somebody else's restaurant pictures on their platform, on their profile, because of which, when the minute you see a food image on any particular restaurant, आपको तो वही लगेगा ना कि यार ये particular restaurant मुझे वो देने वाला है. But that's the reason why when we put such images and all, that creates a high customer expectation. Secondly, if I order that food only based on the food picture that I've seen on the restaurant, I'm going to order it, and if I do not receive that particular image के हिसाब से the food, I am going to highly be disappointed. So there's going to be mismatch in quality and in quantity. Next, like I said, I'm going to get disappointment. Because of this disappointment, there are very few customers who actually take efforts of putting a review. Me being a customer, I feel I'm a responsible customer so that nobody else has to bookify what I have gone through. So I do put a review if it's good or bad. And so when you as a restaurant put up these AI generated or fake images on your platform, it does make customers break their trust, which in short leads to loss of customer loyalty, and because of which customers put even these bad reviews. So yes, my topic when I asked people about this, that have they actually faced and what do they actually expect, my topic is going to talk about that when you put real and honest images, your customer is going to get a clear expectation that okay fine, if this restaurant is posting pictures, true and honest pictures, my expectations from that particular restaurant or cafe is going to be high, which in case of this will give me proper customer satisfaction, because as a restaurant what I have put on my media, on my social media or on my platform is what my customer has received. Then it's going to build the trust, customers are going to be loyal, customers are going to be repeated, and that is going to help in building my brand. Next one. Okay, so the statement of the problem was many restaurants and cafes on the Swiggy app were actually using AI generated images. Like I said, they were using stock images, Google images, and for that matter even images from other cafes and restaurants. And they do not have, Swiggy really do not have a strict policy to stop from restaurants and cafe to stop posting these kind of images. Next. My objective was to actually see, does this AI generated image or fake image really have impact on customer satisfaction? Does it actually impact the loyalty of the customer? Does it actually impact the trust of the customer? And because of this, other customers even gonna target you as choose you as a restaurant from where you shall order again. And also I had an objective to ask my consumer, my respondents, that what are the ways you think Swiggy should be getting things done on their platform. Next one. So my hypothesis was also based on my objectives. Literature review, when I went through the past studies, I realized that okay, this is not the first time that it's happening. It's been happening for a very long period of time. And like Tyagi says that one negative experience makes you lose a customer, which is very true. That's the reason why, as a small business owner, even I make sure that I give my customer the best of best experience. The same way, next. Even Khan says that these kind of falsy images actually makes the customer angry. It annoys, it irritates, because at the end, I am putting my money. As a consumer, I'm putting in my money, I'm purchasing something, and I really want that money that is spent is worth spending. Next. Even Ahuja says the same thing. Nowadays, if you must have noticed, social media influencers, everything happens on social media. One mistake and a post by a consumer on your social media and everything goes down. So we have to be careful with that also. When I talk about Zomato, Swiggy's biggest competition is Zomato. But the thing what Zomato did is, it has its certain strict policies. Like they say, loha hi lohe ko kaatta hai. If we as restaurants are using AI to generate false images, Zomato came up with a solution where they used AI to detect these false images. One more thing they did is, as small cafes and restaurants, not everyone can hire top-notch photographers or videographers. So Zomato told their restaurants and cafe that if you find it very hectic or if you find it very expensive, you can mail us your issue or whatever it is on the support email ID, and we will hire somebody who can click authentic pictures for you. So my research design was descriptive and explanatory. My sampling was purposive and convenience. I only chose Swiggy users, and I chose people whom I knew, my relatives, family, friends. I took their opinion. The data analysis was done using Jamovi software. Okay, this is one of the images which I found. Many customers found AI generated images used by restaurants on Swiggy. If you can see, the image actually exaggerates how a particular sandwich looks. But believe me, when you receive that particular sandwich, it's not the same. One more picture you can see the bhindi bhaji, how it looks over there. Okay, as customers, it is also our duty to rectify and to verify that, okay, fine, these are AI generated images. No matter how strong prompt you give, but you need to know how to verify these products. This was one of the incidents which I seen where the customer ordered green Shimla Mirch for 42 rupees 250 grams, but he received only 170 grams. So it's not just AI generated images or false pictures, but also false information that Swiggy platforms are giving, and yet the owner is not taking strict actions. So in the conclusion, when I asked my consumers that what do you want Swiggy to do, they said, though you need to do a proper strict policy that needs to be introduced, at least let the consumer put a picture, give an honest review and all. These were the kind of suggestions that were given. Also, the government needs to make stricter policies that restaurants and cafes need to stop posting fake images or AI generated images, or for that matter, even steal other restaurants' images. My suggestion would be, at the end of the day, like I said, AI is capturing the market a lot. So use AI in a proper form. Use AI only to detect the images that they have created. And as all the Indian marketers go with the motto like "Jo dikhta hai, wahi bikta hai," but I think my consumers deserve something better. Thank you.
You had a structured questionnaire. How many respondents were there?
I got 60 respondents from their almost equal distribution of male and female, and the target audience was mainly Gen Zs and millennials.
They only ate them?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Sneha. Very well explained with the clear expectations to customer satisfaction. Moving forward, I call upon our next presenter, Dr. Rajesh Anand Sakhare. Is he there? Dr. Rajesh?
He's online, I think. Athar, ma'am ko mic do na.
Can we move to another presenter, Dr. Prerna Sharma?
Ma'am, 1 minute. I'll just check. Dr. Rajesh is online.
Okay.
Yes. Dr. Rajesh, could you...
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, I am here.
Yes. I'll give you the sharing rights, sir.
Yeah, slides are there, ma'am.
Okay, yes. Just a sec. So can you confirm if you are able to share your screen now?
Yeah, already shared, ma'am.
Just a sec. We cannot see your PPT, sir.
Shall I send it again?
Okay, shared in the sense you want us to share it on Zoom for
Yeah,
you?
already shared, ma'am.
Okay, you've uploaded in the drive. Just a second.
Yes,
sir.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We cannot see your PPT, sir.
Shall I send it again?
Okay, shared in the sense
ते
you want
गेलं
us
बघा
to
जरा.
share it on Zoom for
Yeah,
you?
already shared, ma'am.
Okay, you've uploaded in the drive. Just. Sir, what is the title of your present?
Environmental law and sustainable development, a critical analysis.
Environmental law, yes, sir.
ते आपण शेअर केलेलं ना ते इकडनं दाखवायला लागेल. आय थिंक या यू गॉट मॅम. Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. With the permission from a chair, can I start my presentation? Yeah, thank you. I have chosen this topic, that is environmental law and the sustainable development, a critical analysis, is because environmental law provides a legal framework to protect the environment and regulate human activities, while sustainable development seeks to balance environmental protection, economic growth, and social equity. The concept of the sustainable development was popularized by the World Commission on the Environment and Development in its report, Our Common Future, which emphasized meeting present needs without hampering future generations. Although the environmental laws and agreements such as the Paris Agreement promote a global cooperation and accountability, challenges remain due to the weak enforcement, economic pressures, and global inequalities. Overall, the environmental law is essential for its success depends on the strong implementation, political will, and international cooperation. So, environmental degradation has emerged as one of the most pressing challenges of the 21st century. Rapid industrialization, unplanned urbanization, deforestation, overexploitation of our natural resources, and increasing consumerization having significantly disturbed ecological balance. Problems such as climate change, biodiversity loss, air and water pollution, then depletion of our natural resources, feature not only environmental sustainability but also human survival. Economic development has undoubtedly improving living standards and technological advancement. However, it has often occurred at the cost of an environmental destructions and degradation. The conflict between development and environmental protection led to the emergence of the concept of sustainable development, which seeks to harmonize economic growth with ecological preservations. Environmental law plays a crucial role in achieving this balance. It provides the legal framework necessary to regulate human interaction with nature, ensure accountability, and promote a sustainable use of resources. This paper critically analyzes the relationship between environmental law and the sustainable development and examines how legal frameworks contribute to sustainability. Slide second. Objectives of the study. The primary objectives of the studies are to examine the relationship between the environmental law and sustainable development, to analyze The evolution of an environmental law from pollution control to a sustainable governance, to study a key principles supporting sustainable development, to identify major challenges in implementations, to provide recommendations for strengthening environmental governance. Slide 3. The concept of an environmental law. Environmental law refers to the body of legal rules, regulations, treaties, and judicial decisions aimed at protecting the environment and managing natural resources sustainably. It governs the issues such as pollution control, wildlife protection, forest conservation, and water management and climate change mitigation. Environmental law performs several essential functions: prevent environmental harm through regulations and monitoring, establishes standards for pollution control, promotes the conservation of our natural resources, ensures accountability through penalties and compensation, integrates a scientific knowledge into a policy making. Modern environmental law is interdisciplinary, combining the legal principles with ecological science, economic, and public policy. Next, evolution of an environmental law. Environmental law has evolved significantly over time. Early phase, public health and nuisance control. Initially, environmental regulation focused on preventing public nuisances and protecting public health from pollution. Industrial phase, pollution control. During the industrial evolution, laws were enacted to regulate emissions, water, then disposal of an waste into water, waste disposal, and hazardous substances. Modern phase, sustainability oriented regimes. Post 1970s, environmental law expanded to include biodiversity protection, climate change, environmental impact assessment, and sustainable development principles. It shifted from reactive regulations to preventive and precautionary approaches. The global environment movement significantly influenced this transformation. Next, meaning. Next slide. Yeah, meaning of a sustainable development. The concept of sustainable development was globally recognized in the report of the World Commission on Environment and Development in 1987. Commonly known as the Brundtland Commission, it defined sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainable development rests on the three interconnected pillars: environmental protection, economic development, and social equity. These dimensions emphasizing the long-term ecological balance, inclusive growth, and social justice. Next. Environmental law. Next. The environmental law as an instrument of a sustainable development. Environmental law operationalizes sustainable development by translating policy goals into enforceable standards. Key mechanisms include, next, environmental impact assessment, that is EIA, precautionary principle, that is nothing but a pollution control standards, licensing and compliance regulations, promoting of renewable energy, legal remedies, and the compensation. These are all EIA. By imposing a legal accountability, environmental law ensures that a development projects consider economic and ecological consequences before execution. Principles of an environmental laws: supporting sustainability, precautionary principle. This principle encourages preventive action when there is a risk of a serious environmental harm, even if a scientific certainty is lacking. It shifts the burden of proof onto those undertaking potentially harmful activities. Precautionary. Then, polluter pays principle. According to this principle, the polluter must bear the cost of pollution control and environmental restoration. It internationalizes environmental cost with then economic activities. Intergenerational equity. These principles emphasize the fairness between a present and a future generations. Natural resources must be preserved for prosperity. Public trust doctrine. This doctrine holds that a certain natural resources like air, water, forest, and seashores are held in the trust by the state for a public use and cannot be privatized arbitrarily. These principles form the foundation of a modern environmental jurisprudence. Next, international environmental law and a sustainable development. International environmental law significantly shaped sustainability norms. Important global instruments include Stockholm Declaration, Rio Declaration, Paris Declaration, Paris Agreement. The Stockholm Declaration 1972 marked the beginning of the global environmental governance. The Rio Declaration 1992, that is 20 years after Stockholm Declaration, emphasized the sustainable development principles. The Paris Agreement.
Sir, your time is up. Kindly conclude your
Yes.
presentation.
Yes. So in conclusion, I want to just this environmental law is indispensable for achieving sustainable development. It provides a regulatory framework necessary to balance economic growth with environmental protection. However, effective implementation remains the greatest challenge. Sustainable development is not merely a policy objective, but a legal and a moral obligation. Ensuring environmental sustainability requires a robust legal frameworks, political commitment, and judicial vigilance and active public participation. A balanced approach integrating a law, governance, and social responsibility can secure environmental justice for present and future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you have any questions? Thank you,
But
sir.
I'm not audible.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, we now move on to the next presentation.
Thank you, sir, so much. Sir has very well explained a relationship between environmental law and sustainable development with very critical intersections. We now invite Dr. Prerna Sharma, our next presenter. Is she here or she's online?
She must.
Prerna Sharma?
No. Prerna ma'am is not there online.
She's absent.
She's not there?
No.
So we move on to our next presenter, Professor Dr. Vinay Pandit and Mr. Nimesh Punjani, titling with the paper of Quantifying the Impact of Leadership Revamp on Employee Efficiency Using Mathematical and Statistical Models.
Meeting में नहीं है. Your presentation? Drive? Okay. एक minute, sir. I'll just share it on Zoom. Then it will be.
good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Professor Dr. Vinay Pandit, and my colleague Mr. Nimesh Punjani will be presenting this paper. My topic is on quantifying the impact of leadership revamp on employee efficiency using mathematical and statistical model. Now recently we had gone through the leadership revamp. So I thought I'll just do research based on how leadership revamp basically impacts employee satisfaction or the performance of the employee. So let's move on to the introduction. The employee efficiency, morale and employee productivity, basically I felt that it is significantly influenced by the leadership different styles. So I wanted to frame using some mathematical and statistical model. Now for that, little bit review of literature I have reviewed. The literature review basically which I had reviewed, none of the literature review basically had focused on empirical study. That means none of them exactly gave a model which suggests exactly this leadership basically will highlight the performance of the employee or non-performance of the employee. Based on that, I got my research gap to develop one, you can say a model which will emphasize the performance of the employee. Coming to the research methodology, the research problem, as I told, based on the review of literature, I identified the gap where none of the leadership, none of the more research has focused on which leadership style basically was prevalent or was benefiting the institution basically. So this research basically will bridge the gap between the existing literature exactly and my current literature. Coming to the objectives of the study, these are the two objectives of the study: to evaluate the relationship between new leadership paradigms. Now this new leadership basically paradigms or the styles, I have taken only three which is defined in the scope of research, that is transitional, autocratic basically and democratic. None of the other styles basically was considered in my scope of research. Coming to the variables of the study, my variables defined were independent, dependent. Now independent variable, as I told, it was leadership style, department, training hours per month, engagement score. My dependent variable was definitely output in terms of hours, employee satisfaction, which is one of the most important thing, task completion rate and absenteeism. As far as the moderating variables are concerned, the moderating variables too were considered, that is employee satisfaction and engagement. The control variables were variability, individual level differences, workload and job role. The scope of study was only confined to the MBA education institution. I have not taken basically undergrad or somewhat, only MBA institutions of different level with a limited sample size of 120. The hypothesis, there are 5 hypotheses basically which were considered, so we will test one by one these hypotheses. The method of data collection was primary and secondary. Primary data was collected through structured questionnaire. Secondary data was collected through trade magazines, business articles and so on. Convenient random sampling method was implemented over a sample size of 120 employees from the prominent colleges in Mumbai city. The research framework, if you see, this is my research framework which tells you, this is a research model which says that the employee performance, that is in terms of productivity, absenteeism and satisfaction, are definitely have impact or not in relation to these other variables which I have. The mathematical and statistical technique which I have deployed over here was descriptive statistics, one-way ANOVA, simple linear regression, correlation analysis and effective measures in terms of eta square and r square. The limitations of study, my limitations were in terms of sample size, time, cost constraints, focused on only linear relationships, quadratic relationships were not considered, quantitative measures, only qualitative measures were not focused on my research. Based on the leadership revamp, only selected organization setting were focused. Coming to the data analysis with reference to the first hypothesis, my first hypothesis says that there is no difference in the mean output per hour across leadership style. Now, since I told that I have taken 3 leadership styles and it was very fortunate to have the result, as if you see the result in the next table, this is descriptive statistics, go to the next table. Now, the p-value if you see is less than 0.01. That means all these types of leadership styles are significant enough. The moment you change the leadership style, performance of the employees definitely will change. Coming to the post-hoc test, post-hoc से suggests कि कौन सा basically is more significant, transactional one, a democratic one, or the other style. So if you see exactly all are significant, but if you see, go to the next slide. It was like a magic for me. That is, transformational leadership demonstrated the highest significant output as compared to autocratic or democratic. अगर आपने autocratic rate तो आपका performance certainly वो सब किताबों में था, आज statistically भी prove हुआ है. Go to the next slide, please. Coming to the employee satisfaction, the hypothesis was there is no difference in the employee satisfaction across the department. Now the departments what I have taken was academics, student services, examination, and so on and so forth. And over here also, if you see the next slide, please. The p-value was less than 0.0, and that means certainly there is a significant difference. But out of these exactly, which department was more significant? So by applying post-hoc test, go to the next slide, please.
Yes, sir. This only. That only.
Previous one. Out of these exactly, go to the next slide.
Yes, sir.
Apparently, the academic affairs reported significantly higher satisfaction level. And if you see the lower satisfaction level, basically operations. Operation means all fourth class employees and all. So they basically have a very low satisfaction level. Over here also exactly your H0 was rejected. So I say that there is basically a statistical significance. Moving on to the third hypothesis, that is satisfaction predicting task completion rate. So over here what I did is I used linear regression model, where I took my x as task completion and my independent variable x as your satisfaction and y as your task completion. My hypothesis said that employee satisfaction does not predict task completion rate. Now if you see the next slide, a beautiful regression equation which actually helps us to forecast कि कितना performance task completion रहेगा. Next please. Go to the next slide. This is exactly the equation which I had formed, that is y equals 42.32 plus 5.18x. That means if at all if I put the value of satisfaction on a scale, certainly you will have a task completion rate. And this equation was basically significant, which has a R square value of 83%, 0.8. That means I can actually have an accuracy level of 83%. So error margin basically was really very less. The next is regarding the absenteeism across leadership. So again, there's a beautiful thing which I came across. I took 3 leadership style, and if you see over here the rate of absenteeism, go to the next slide please. The next, absenteeism under autocratic leadership, previous please. Autocratic leadership is significantly higher, if you see over here. But if you see the transformation leadership shows the lowest absenteeism rate. Next. This is a 5th one where it says that again I have done one regression analysis basically based on output and training hours. Go to the next. Next. This is exactly the regression model or model summaries. Next. Next. This is the regression of absenteeism. So when I actually have an engagement rate of X value, certainly I can predict basically the absenteeism rate. So over here exactly the moment the leadership child changes, the entire equation value also will definitely change. Correlation analysis. Now these are the correlation analysis between the satisfaction and the task completion, output and task completion, absenteeism and satisfaction level. All these correlation values are highly significant. So correlation definitely was found in the sample, but you can actually predict for the entire population. These are the summary of findings which says that the effectiveness of transformational leadership in enhancing employee productivity, satisfaction and engagement basically while reducing absenteeism. All our null hypotheses were rejected at 5% level of significance. Next, the conclusion as I told, the leadership style basically highly influences absenteeism and productivity. Autocratic leadership basically was associated with low productivity and higher absenteeism. Next please. This is a very nice statement which I made it. Transformational and democratic approaches are critical determinants of institutional performance, employee satisfaction and workforce in MBA institutions. These are managerial implications. Next. These are some practical suggestions basically which I just told regarding MBA institutions. Next. This is my scope of study. I didn't do SME, that is structural equation model. I didn't do quadratic model, which is basically my scope of further research. My scope of further research will also be based on the new variables which I can add and in other university fees. This is my relevance of study. This study is not only on efficiency, but it's all about ethical leadership, human-centric management, responsible technological adoption, sustainable organization performance, which will actually give rise to this. This is exactly what, if at all, if we have a transformation things, this is a social impact which promotes ethical work culture, protects human dignity, improves employee well-being, advances sustainable organization practices, and provides data-driven policies, and not just by theory, saying theoretical aspect. Yeah, a very nice thing. Efficiency without ethics is exploitation. Technology without human values become a mechanism of control. Sustainable development requires ethical leadership, and this study basically statistically proves that. Thank you very much, ma'am. These are my references.
You have used any scale for this?
Likert scales.
No, scale. Questionnaire scale.
Yes, ma'am. Likert's 5-point scale I have used. 5-point scale in the sense, you mean to say in the questionnaires, ma'am?
Questions. When we adopt questions from somewhere. Transformational leadership, you asked.
No, that the ready-made tools I have not used. The ready-made tools.
What type of questions you used?
The questions basically were whether you are satisfied, basically, if at all, if you are given a task in due course of time, whether you are satisfied, basically, how you are approached or something like that. So, I didn't use any ready-made tool, basically, that was a structured questionnaire, but basically a simple unstructured questionnaire basically gave me this result.
So, if you are doing further research on this,
yes, I can
get
do
ready scales on transformational leadership.
Yes.
So that when you are giving in a good journal,
yes.
So that is
100%, yes.
You know,
yes. It makes a
more
lot of
authentic.
difference. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vinay sir. Sir's research framework very statistically explained, best to bridge the gap between the leadership paradigm and its revamp required. So thank you once again. We now move forward with Advocate Swaranjit Turan, our next presenter, with the title Critical Analysis of Public Order as a Ground to Restrict Freedom of Speech and Expression of Digital Media.
Good afternoon.
Just a second.
Respected Chairman of the session, Dr. Gracie Madam, Vice Principal, and all researchers. I am Advocate Swaranjit Wasni. I choose this topic, critical analysis of public order as a ground to restrict freedom of speech and expression of digital media. Digital media speed and reach amplify both expression and regulatory responses. Means that freedom of speech and expression is undoubtedly among the most highly valued and fundamental rights in any democracy. In India, the fundamental right is secured by Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution of India, which extends to every citizen the freedom of speech and expression. Nevertheless, this freedom does not have any unlimited scope. Public order as a concept is very tricky because it enabling and it essentially deals with the trade of between the person's rights and community's welfare. In fact, it connotes a situation of peace, safety, and order, which are the basic necessities for a society to function normally. The state undoubtedly has the right to regulate freedom of expression, so it doesn't result in disorder, violence, or social unrest. However, the ambiguous character of public order renders it a very good excuse for excessive measures. The term is not historical nor generally it is precisely defined. Its interpretation largely depends on the context and the circumstances of each case. The judiciary, through various landmark judgments, has tried to define the public order. Hence, a deeper look at the public order as a reason to limit freedom of speech uncovers both its inevitability and its risk. On one side, it is a legitimate means of preventing chaos and intercommunal violence, but on the other, its exploitation results as an erosion of a democratic foundation which it is supposed to shield. My objective of this study to examine the constitutional scope of public order as a restriction on freedom of speech and expression. Second, to trace out the historical evolution from colonial laws to the digital era. To evaluate legislative provisions affecting digital expression. To analyze judicial trends balancing free speech and public peace. Suggest reforms to prevent overreach while preserving order. My research methodology is doctrinal and analytical legal research based on constitutional provisions and law and case law. Primary sources: Constitution of India, statutes, law commission's reports, and Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita and Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita 2023. The judicial analysis is on the basis of Supreme Court's and High Court's verdicts. Then secondary sources is constitutional law, commentaries, books, journals and writings. And the comparative reasoning between colonial approach and constitutional framework and digital governance. The question arising during my research period I thought out this question: what constitutes a real and proximate threat to public order in digital media? Second, can we preventive powers becomes tools to silence dissent and criticism? How to distinguish offensive speech from excitement to violence? Then, are blanket internet shutdowns constitutionally proportionate? And who should decide fake or harmful contents, state or independent bodies? These are the questions. As a public order, as a restrictions of freedom of speech and expression, it begins from colonial period, that is sedition laws and press acts or vernacular press act used to suppress dissent. Second, post-independence balance between liberty and stability after portion of violence or the partition during the violence. In 1951, amendment broadened state power to restrict the speech for public order. Before that, our constitution has not a provision how to control the public order as a restriction. Say my constitutional perspective, then Article 19(1) guarantees freedom of speech and expression to all citizens. Then, and Article 19(2) of the Constitution of India allows reasonable restrictions, including public order and various other reasonable restrictions. First constitutional amendment in 1951 added a public order as a specific ground of a reasonable restriction. Then my legislative mechanism impacting speech. Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023, Section 196, Section 299 and Section 253. Therefore, legislative mechanism to impacting speech, that is also Information Technology Act 2000, Section 69 permits blocking online content for public to maintain a public order. Then Cinematography Act 1952, certifications control linked to public order and morality. Preventive detention laws raise concerns regarding civil liberties. Key judicial pronouncement. Then, Honorable Supreme Court has laid down the ratio in Shreya Singhal versus Union of India to shut down internet under Article 66. Then the Honorable Supreme Court has struck down the Section 66 to uphold a narrow tailored blocking powers of internet. And Anuradha Bhasin case versus Union of India, internet access restricts must be necessary and proportionate manner. Also in Kunal Kamra versus Union of India, Honorable Bombay High Court invalidated the broad fact-checking unit powers of the state. Also Pravasi Bhalai Sangathan versus Union of India, hate speech threatening public order not protected. Also Imran Pratapgarhi versus State of Gujarat, Honorable Supreme Court in the recent 2025 case, restrictions require immediate harm but not near office. Challenges before these restrictions. Vagueness of the term public order allows wide executive discretion in consistent application across the states and cases. Risk of chilling effect on journalism, activism and online debate. Overbroad preventive measures, content takedowns, FIR, shutdowns, internet. Also need for clear standards and accountability to control the mechanism. Conclusion. Public order is a legitimate constitutional safeguard but must remain narrowly applied. Democracy is strengthened when dissent is protected, not suppressed. Judiciary remains controlled in maintaining the balance between liberty and security. Future reforms should aim at precision, accountability and right compatible regulations. Then solutions and recommendation: adopt a strict proximate nexus test. Speech must directly risk disorder. Mandate written reason orders for internet shutdowns and content blocking. Time-bound and reviewable restrictions with judicial oversight and judgments. Independent review mechanism instead of unilateral unilateral executive control to promote control speech, digital literacy, and platform transparency over censorship. Proposed framework for digital public order governance. First step, to identify actual risk. Second step, apply necessity and proportionality test. Third step is prefer least restrictive measure. And fourth step is ensure transparency and appeal mechanism. And last step, periodic review and automatic sunset of reasonable restrictions. Right.
This proposed framework, you have prepared from your
PhD document.
Thank you so much. Sir, very well intersected the democratic debate and its suggested reforms. We now move on to our last presenter, Dr. Megha Krishna Kedekar, titling Linking Ethical Inclusivity to Employee Well-being, the mediating role of organizational climate.
Just a second.
Ma'am, shall I start?
Just a second, I'll share the slide. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon to one and all present here. I'll take exactly 10 minutes. I guess everybody's hungry. And I'm super nervous. It's only because of Dr. Rahul that I've come here and I have had the audacity to present. Any which ways, yeah. So the topic is linking ethical inclusivity to employee well-being, the mediating role of organizational climate. Ma'am, I would tell in the end why did I select the topic. These are the contents of my presentation. That is how we'll go with the presentation. Ma'am, next slide. Yeah. So let's understand what is ethical inclusivity. Ethical inclusivity is a deliberate, fair and respectful incorporation of diverse perspectives of stakeholders. It could be active participation, it could be equitable access to resources, equitable distribution to resources, diversity and accountability of every task that an employee does. Example could be placing disabled students in a regular classroom. It could be mentorship programs for week, or it could be eliminating bias in hiring. The next construct is organizational climate. Organizational climate are shared values and perceptions, attitudes and feelings that the employees may have about their workplace. So it could be trust, it could be fairness, it could be leadership, rules, policies, morale of the employees or SOPs. The next construct that I have, this is how my research revolves, is employee well-being. So employee well-being talks about holistic state of employees' physical, mental, emotional, financial, social health and professional growth. It could be in terms of, for example, it could be in terms of employee assistant programs. The next one is workforce diversity. So workforce diversity refers to inclusion of employees from varied backgrounds, irrespective of their race, nationalism, gender, age, religion, etc. It could be again hiring employees with disabilities. Next slide, please. Now, the problem, why did I think about this topic, is the workplaces are now diverse, but diversity alone without ethics may actually not work. For example, nowadays in corporate sector, we have double income, no kids, which have different expectations from the organization. The challenge here is rising employee stress or higher attrition rates, burnout and disengagement of employees, or employees working just for the sake of salary but not emotionally attached to their jobs. Now the question is, do organizations have those inclusive policies which will make employees secured emotionally or psychologically in terms of safety of employees? Next one is the solution which I've tried to propose in terms of a model. So ethical inclusivity will lead to ethical inclusivity pillars would be fairness, transparency and respect, which is going to shape organizational climate, that is the workplace, and which is going to enhance employee well-being psychologically and emotional health. Next one. So this is my organizational context. I think the slide has changed a little, but any which ways. So because of growing workforce diversity, mental health is something in India that we've always underestimated, and how we feel in the organization, depending upon how we are treated, is the core of my research, where organizational climate becomes instrumental in understanding ethics, inclusivity and emotional well-being of the employees. Next slide please. So this is the review of literature. I have just mentioned 3 or 4. I have just tried to explain the next 2. So the first one is Shore actually developed a comprehensive model of workplace inclusion. So there have been studies which are trying to have inclusive workspaces to the extent that the employee doesn't lose its uniqueness while maintaining bonds with people. The next one is Carmelli, who has examined the relationship between inclusive leadership and employee psychological safety. My research methodology is descriptive in nature, and I have mostly used secondary sources of data collection because of time constraints. The next one would be, I missed out on research gap, I'm sorry. Yeah. So the research gap that was identified here, there are 3 main components of my research, that is ethical inclusivity, employee well-being and organizational climate, but there is a lot of insufficient research in terms of connecting all the 3, which means there have been researches where ethical inclusivity and emotional well-being have been connected without giving due importance to organizational climate. I would go on to the objectives of the study. So the first one was to conceptualize the construct of ethical inclusivity with organizational settings, to examine relationship between ethical inclusivity and employee well-being, to analyze the role of organizational climate in influencing employee perception and behaviors, and to propose a conceptual framework, which I have been able to do at the end. Next one, ma'am. Yeah, so these were my major findings based on the qualitative review that I have done. So, ethical inclusivity enhances fairness and justice perception. This can be done with unbiased and equitable policies which the employees should be clearly communicated. Transparent HR practices improve trust and commitment in the organization. This will also help to reduce ambiguity and uncertainty about certain HR policies in the organization. Inclusive workplace practices reduces psychological stress, which means inclusive workplace practices could be in terms of discouraging discrimination and equal participation and say to all. It could be in terms of open door policy. Organizational climate determines the efficiency of inclusivity initiatives. So positive organizational climate is very important to have employee engagement and employee belongingness. Next one, ma'am. Ethical leadership also reinforces inclusive climate formation, which means leaders have to become role models for fairness, integrity and respect. Supportive climate reduces turnout and burnout. Ethical inclusivity contributes to long-term sustainability, which means there would be lower attrition rates. The last one in terms of major findings would be symbolic inclusivity without climate support has less impact. Now symbolic inclusivity appears to be on the surface, which means it's there only for the sake of it and there are no actual structural changes for employee well-being. My suggestions would be
Fair and transparent HR systems in terms of unbiased recruitment, selection, training, development, performance appraisal systems have to be there. Investing in ethical and inclusive leadership development programs. This could be done in terms of training programs in ethical decision making or emotional intelligence or sensitivity training to the employees. Conducting periodic climate assessments, strengthening grievance redressal and whistleblower mechanisms where most of the employees, I would just like to put up an example saying that if you ask an employee, would he like to go on a job on a Monday, and what is the response and how we understand how he feels in the organization. Similarly, most of the employees, if they have certain issues or they've identified certain loopholes somewhere, they do not know the actual grievance system. Similarly, align with well-being initiatives with inclusive strategies. The next slide. Reviewing policies. So very importantly, the leader should be a role model. First practice, then preach should be actually the approach. Embedding inclusivity is very important within organizations, values and cultures. With all my suggestions, I would just like to say it's better said than done. Okay, so doing is really more important. The reason why I chose this topic is over the 20 years of my career, I've been skipping jobs, and I am an assistant professor in Saraf College from last 10 years. I've been able to retain myself in the college because of these three things that I understand, that is organizational climate, emotional well-being, the kind of leaders, the kind of policies, the kind of SOPs that I have. And that is why most of us, when we ask people, why do you leave the organization, they generally say, मुझे नहीं जमा. क्या नहीं जमा ये हमको नहीं पता है. And possibly if we also know, so salary is one of the indicators, but how are you treated? I would like to just say this, conclude this by saying, I am what I eat. Similarly, I am what I think, I am what I feel, and I am how I am treated also. So how I am being treated in the organization is very important. Thank you very much.
I welcome our principal ma'am and academic team. Madam very well explained the ethical inclusivity in the organizational climate with very well-formed suggestions. I thank you, madam. And madam was the last presenter here. So we have now concluded all the research presentations for this session, and it has been an intellectually stimulating journey through the ethics of modern technology. I now invite the esteemed track chairperson, Dr. Gracie D'Souza, to share her concluding remarks. I think we'll be announcing the best paper in the valedictory session. That is, yeah, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, that, yeah. So, most welcome, ma'am. Yes.
Congratulations all, very good presentation. The topics were very, the titles were good. Okay, little of my side observations, okay? Doesn't mean that there is something wrong with it, but just my observation. Okay, whenever you, this is the research conference, so you should prepare a research paper, okay? So when you have 10 minutes for presentation, you should be very clear on what you are talking, and whenever you present a research paper, there are certain guidelines of a research paper. There is a format. If it is a review paper, there need not be your analysis. But when you are doing an empirical research paper where you are doing survey, then there has to be a specific format: introduction, research methodology, objectives, hypothesis, analysis, recommendation. So it is preferred that it should be in that way when you are giving a paper. Okay. So all were good. I mean, the results will be out almost, margin pe hi hai sab log. But my advice is, you mention your sources from where you are taking your research paper, from which database you take, how many, what is your type of sampling, and because your hypothesis will determine your analysis. So if you are doing survey, hypothesis is important. Secondly, suggestions and recommendations are also very much important. And I asked Mr. Vinay Pandit the scale what he used. Okay. Now why I say this, because in my PhD that was very helpful, scale. So when you are using a standardized scale, you need not do factor analysis. If you are using your own questions, you are making your own questions for a questionnaire, then factor analysis is very important. Because so in conferences they may not use, but this is just a start. You are planning to publish your paper in good journals, and when you want to give your paper in very good journals, they will always see your research methodology first, because that is the thing they see, how from where you have derived the questionnaire and what is your analysis. So there they see. Introduction to बाद में देखते हैं, ये पहला देखते हैं. So this is the start. You can work on that. You get good scales. You get ready scales on internet. Okay. So good, and congratulations all of them.
Thank you, madam, for your insightful suggestions and recommendations. It was very difficult task for our chairperson, as every paper today reflected a very deep commitment to human values and environmental sustainability. Congratulations once again to the presenters for their high quality contributions. We also extend our deepest thanks to our track chairperson for her meticulous evaluation and guidance. I hereby now declare this technical session. Madam, you would like to speak some few words? Yeah. Okay. So I declare this technical session closed, and we shall now break for the valedictory session. So we can now move forward for the lunch, and then later on we all will be meeting. Yeah, we'll be back at 3 o'clock.
We have a second track now.
For the second track.
Yeah, for the second track. Here only in this room. In the same room, yeah. Thank you all for being such a good, engaging audience.
Vanessa, please put it in your group, because online
Our
participants
lunch
at
is
3
in
o'clock
this
we
auditorium, same, where
We're
you
breaking
had
for lunch,
breakfast.
3 o'clock we resume.
We all can move towards
Talib sir,
Yes, Mr. Takvi Muhammad Talib, right? Takvi Muhammad na? इधर है.
Good afternoon, madam. Yes, madam, I can hear you. Please tell me.
yes, we'll be starting soon. Thank you, sir. Rajesh sir, will you be presenting your paper? Can you hear me, Rajesh sir? Dr. Rajesh Anant Sakhare. Okay, Dr. Anthony, Professor Dr. Anthony. Okay, then we have Talib sir, Subhash sir, and Mr. Nagaraj. These three will be presenting. We're just waiting for our chairperson to join. As soon as they do, we will start.
So Raj sir, you have joined audibly well.
Dr. Ma'am.
Okay, yeah, good afternoon, sir. I think we can begin now. Vishakha?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to second technical session, that is post-lunch session. And people say post-lunch session is really difficult one, but we will try to make it as easy as possible. And I know Raj Soste sir is there, so sir will ensure along with us, our committee, that it goes smoothly and we'll prove this particular thinking wrong, that post-lunch session is really very heavy. So keeping in mind this very thing, we proceed on, ladies and gentlemen. This particular session will be chaired by Professor Dr. Raj Ankush Soste sir. People like Soste sir doesn't need any introduction, but still to make you aware, he is principal of Nagrik Shikshan Sansthan, College of Commerce and Economics, Start in Mumbai. He is MCom, SET, MPhil in Commerce, GDCA, PGDFM, PGDHE, LLB, PGDHRM, MBA in Finance, DLS from IIMA, and PhD from the University of Mumbai. And last but not the least, to add to his academic credential, he is DLEAD, honorary postdoctoral fellow. So far as his teaching experience is concerned, he has 21 years undergraduate and 15 years postgraduate teaching experience. He is working as MCom PG section, that is coordinator for teacher since May 2012. He is PG recognized teacher of University of Mumbai for the degree of MCom in accountancy subject. He is a recognized PhD guide of University of Mumbai for PhD degree. He is the member of Board of Studies, Trade, Transport and Industry ad hoc, University of Mumbai since 2021. He is Vice Chancellor's nominee on the Board of Studies in Accountancy and as a subject expert on various autonomous colleges affiliated to University of Mumbai, he keeps on visiting. Member of Research Advisory Committee, RSC, at various colleges and PhD Research Center as well, and member of Syllabus Framing Committee for PG Department of Commerce under University of Mumbai. Under various other contributions, he is invited as a resource person at various seminars, conferences conducted by colleges across Mumbai and Maharashtra. He is invited as expert for NAAC re-accreditation process at various colleges. He is also invited as resource person for refresher courses, short-term courses, FDPs, PhD coursework, etc. He has worked as Vice Chancellor's nominee as subject expert for CAS, Selection and Local Inquiry Committee as well. Under publication, he has published 130 research papers at various UGC CARE listed Scopus ABCD journal and peer-reviewed as well. He has 3 PhD students under him who are already being awarded and 8 PhD students working under him for the completion of the same. He has co-authored 15 textbooks and 2 reference books as a sole author. He has got 3 national patents registered under him plus 1 international as well. Under various awards and recognition category, Soste sir was awarded the Best Researcher Award 2019-20 by Nagrik Shikshan Sansthan, College of Commerce and Economics, Mumbai. The National Talent Search Award by Indian Accounting Association, India for the year 2020-21. He is the recipient of prestigious award Dr. APJ Kalam Lifetime Achievement Award by International Institute for Social and Economic Development, Bangalore for the year 2020-21. Recipient of Rajashri Shahu Maharaj Award, Kolhapur in the year 2023. Sir, we are really very privileged that you have graced this particular occasion as the chairperson. The floor is open to you and of course those candidates who will be presenting their research paper online. For your quick reference, I would read out their names. Altogether in this session we have 5 presenters. If I miss out any one of you, I'm talking to paper presenters, never mind, we can add your name immediately and the needful can be done. So these presenters are serial number wise. Number 1, Mr. Nagaraj Aravavi. Number 2, Mr. Hiren Kumar Mandani. Number 3, Mr. Subhash Motiram Sengale. Number 4, Mr. Pradeep Jankar. Number 5, Takvi Muhammad Talib. So 10 minutes time will be given to each one of them, and at the end of 8 minutes there would be a bell from the side of reminder reminding you that you have to conclude. So this is open to you. Raj sir, could we proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nagaraj sir, you can start your presentation, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Myself, Nagaraj Arbavi. I am the research scholar of Rajpat Rai College of Commerce and Economics of Mumbai. I am presenting a research paper on consumer protection awareness app-based online home services. My topic covers the rights and duties of consumer and their protection to understand on app-based online home services. My research background consists of what home services which are growing quickly in India. People have used them now easy and fast due to what smartphones and all. A new platform creates a new problems. Consumer know the full details about this app, but they don't know how to use it. They are unaware about the proper working of this app. And due to this, the traditional services have changed into new services. Theoretical and perspective and conceptual position. This app is only based on information of imbalance theory. This app creates a knowledge gap between the consumer cannot assess the service quality and also a information about provider and pricing algorithm and complaints matter. This app also frameworks about the data given by the consumer is not properly, and this app totally based on the trust of the trust of views and ratings. Research gap. The very few research against the research have been seen by me. The online services provided is less aware amongst the consumer about their rights, about their platform and the tools, the platform of the consumer literacy development. And second thing was the research gap is less being used among this platform. Research objective. I have taken two objectives. Research awareness. The two objectives: awareness evaluation and determined analysis. See, in awareness evaluation, I have taken consumer right, platform obligation, grievance mechanism. Second objectives is mainly on the education platform usage, information exposure and service experience. Framework. There are two dependent and independent variables like education in independent education level, platform usage and information exposure and service experience. I mean, there should be proper education given to the consumer. Secondly, there should be platform. The platform of the app should be properly maintained. Proper views and ratings should be mentioned, and proper services to be provided. And dependent means proper consumer protection awareness should be mentioned in this. My research design consists of descriptive research, which consists of 50 respondents, and the structure, the data collection from me was by Google form, and the responses whatever I have taken from the age group of 18 to 50, they all were active users, and whatever data is been taken by me is from Mumbai. Now, my data analysis of awareness among the consumer is 1 minute. Is awareness among the information and quality services know by the consumer is very good, but how to redress the problem, how to redress their complaints is less. And second thing about the grievances, whatever problem faced by the consumer, they don't know where to go, who is the right person to be complained. They are less aware about that. As I mentioned, there are people who are less aware about the guidance. As I mentioned, there are the grievance awareness amongst the consumer is very low. They know how to complain, but they know the proper steps. What are the proper steps? Who is responsible? Are the platform person or a service provider? If I'm getting someone, if the person who is coming at my house, he is responsible, or the person whom the company is responsible, or the app user. What I have seen from my data analysis. Second, the source driven of the consumer awareness. The primary, there are few experience from the experience. If I use that app, then only I come to know what is my experience about the online, what I have seen from my data analysis. Second is what by rating and review. By seeing the rating and review of that app or the particular thing, I just came to know, or by social influence, by seeing the ads, by seeing reels, that I come to know. And the more important thing is what education. There should be a proper education about using of the app. Integral findings and interpretation. There are 4-part things what I have seen. There should be proper information and guidance given to the consumer about the protection, about the app, and about the rights and duties. Second is what dominant. A proper platform should be mentioned to the person whom you have to complain. The third, a proper there should be a proper in this. I've seen there is a less verification about the app, and the third is for transparency about the ratings, and transparency about the person who is giving the ratings is not been mentioned. The last list, I would like to conclude the topic. The study reveals that while consumers are moderately aware about the rights, there is significant gap between the awareness and particular utilization of protection mechanism. The grievance redressal knowledge remains limited, which is weakness the effective existing consumer protection framework. The finding highlights the urgent need of simplicity complaint system and improves uh, the platform transparency. The stronger the consumer education, the innovatives, and there should be a proper digitalization services of ecosystem. And these are the references what I have taken from my study. Ma'am, done.
Okay. Nagaraj sir, thank you so much. Is I'm audible? Is I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So very nice presentation. In short time, you presented well, and very relevant topic in today's digital economy. That is a consumer awareness and protection in app-based home service platforms. And of course, your study is contributed meaningfully to the discourse on the digital consumer rights platforms, accountability, and with the minor enhancements, it has potentials to be valuable resources for the researcher and others, the practitioners or the policymakers. Very nice presentation, even the data analysis and all, that is really very appreciable. Keep it present in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank my guide, Mahalakshmi ma'am, and second sir, Raj sir also. under because of as I'm just following you I'm just going apart from the conference, but I'm so thank you for you also and Malakshmi ma'am also. Under your guidance only, I have just going through and made this presentation. Thank you so much.
All the best. All the best. Yeah.
Paper presenter of the day is Mr. Hiren Kumar Mandani. His topic is study of auto rickshaw services in Mumbai city. Yeah, Mr. Hiren Kumar, you can proceed. Hiren Mandani is not around, so we can begin with the third paper presenter, Mr. Subhash Motiram Shengale. His topic is a study on sustainable investment in environmental, social and governance compliance with reference to Thane district. Mr. Subhash Motiram Shengale, please proceed.
I am audible?
Yes, yes, audible.
Yeah. Good afternoon all. I am Mr. Subhash Shengale. Along with, under the guidance of my guide, Dr. Vaidhi Kamath, I am presenting our research paper titled An Analytical Perspective on ESG Compliance and Investment Decision with respect to Thane districts. In recent years, sustainable investment has become a transformative approach in a global financial market. Investors are no longer focusing solely on profitability, but are also considering environmental, social, and governance, commonly known as ESG factors. Globally, organizations such as United Nations have promoted responsible investing through initiatives like Principle for Responsible Investment. However, in emerging markets like India, there is a limited empirical evidence showing whether ESG disclosure actually influence investor decision making. Okay. Sorry. However, an empirical market like India, there is limited empirical evidence showing whether ESG disclosure actually influence investor decision making behavior. Our study attempt to bridge this gap by examining whether ESG disclosure impact investment decision, whether ESG dimension is most influenced among investor in Thane districts. Literature review. Several studies highlighted that ESG factors are increasingly important in sustainable investing. However, most studies are conceptual or review based, focus mainly on developed economics. They depend heavily on secondary ESG rating. Also, they ignore behavioral aspect of investors. This study reveals four major gaps. First, limited evidence from emerging market. Second, inconsistent ESG measurement standard. Third, over-reliance on secondary data. And fourth, lack of behavioral perspective. Our study addressed this gap by using primary data from investor in Thane districts. In research methodology, we adopt a descriptive and analytical research design. While collecting primary data, we use structural questionnaire using Likert scale. In sampling size, we collect details from 125 investors. While selecting sampling techniques, we use convenience sampling. And in statistical tools, was carried out using Pearsall correlation and Friedman test. This study examined four variable groups. First, environmental factor consists of climate, pollutions, and renewable energy. Second, social factor consists of employee welfare, diversity, and community. Third group, Governance factor include transparency, accountability, and ethical leaderships. And fourth, investment decision variable, which consists of attitudes, intentions, and purchase decisions. This is my data analysis, which includes 72% of male and 27% of females. Likewise, the data is divided as per age and education wise. In objective, my first objective is to study the impact of ESG disclosure on investment decisions. Here, we apply the Pearson correlation test and calculated p-value is 0. And because of p-value is less than 0.05, my null hypothesis was rejected. And that's why the alternative hypothesis was accepted. This shows that the significance impact on ESG disclosure on investor investment decision. This means investor in Thane districts actively consider ESG information before making investment choice. My second objective is to identify whether ESG factors are most influential. For that purpose, we apply the Friedman test and my p-value is 0.012. And again, the p-value is less than 0.05. That's why the null hypothesis was rejected and the alternative hypothesis was accepted. While calculating the mean rank analysis of my three factor, the environmental factor get first rank with the mean value of 2.18, social factor gets second rank with the mean value of 1.92, and my governance factor has first rank that is 2.18, second rank is social factor that is 1.92, and environmental factor third rank that is 1.89. This shows that governance is the most influential factor. Also, investor prioritize transparency, accountability, and ethical leadership. Along with that, the social and environmental aspect are also play an important role. This finding is very significant because it shows that investor value strong corporate control system more than environmental promises done. The limitation of my study is, first, the study is limited to Thane districts only. The sample size is limited to 125 respondent only. Third, ESG is not the only determinants of investment decision. And fourth, regulatory framework in India is evolving. A scope for further research is the comparative study across districts in Maharashtra is possible with the help of this study. Econometrics modeling of ESG score the stock returns. And third, the time series analysis on ESG compliance and financial performance. With this, I can conclude with the help, I can say that ESG disclosure positively influence investment decision. Also, investor increasingly value sustainability information. Third, governance factor are also top prioritized. Fourth, the social and environmental factor also matters. Also, strong ESG compliance promote responsible investing and marketing stability. Our study reinforced that ESG is not merely a reporting framework. It is a strategy determined of investment behavior. Suggestion and recommendation. We recommend that the standardized ESG disclosure. Second, promoting of green bonds and ESG funds. Third, strengthening governance practices. And fourth, integrating sustainability into long-term strategy. This is my bibliography. With the help of that, I conclude my presentation, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Subhash sir, for your presentation, and you cover very highly relevant topic and the contemporary topic, sustainable investment and ESG compliance. The sector you are covered, is any specified sector you're covering, the manufacturing industry or IT sectors or any service industries you are covering for this?
No, sir. Actually, I stay in Thane only, so I pass the data all the person which stay nearby me only.
Okay, because samples is really very good. 125 sample you collected.
Yes, sir.
Good for you as far as the research paper is concerned. There should not be any limitation as a part
Okay.
is very less. that is relevant samples we choose for this particular. But apart from this, we expect that what are the different barriers or any challenges faced by the particular sectors while complying the ECG that we expected
Yes.
in your research papers as such. And but overall, your paper presentation is really very nice. Methodology also very nicely presented in your research papers. Very good. All the best and keep it up.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Subhash. Our next presenter of the day is Mr. Pradeep Jankar. His topic is political approaches and the restructuring of international order in the 21st century. I request Pradeep Jankar. Okay, you are presenting in person.
Sir, you'll have to use this mic, otherwise there'll be a coma. Please use this mic. Yes.
Very good afternoon, everyone, and very good afternoon, Chairperson as well. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to present my research paper here. My name is Pradeep Jankar. I am a research scholar in political science from Savitribai Phule Pune University. Today's paper presentation title is Political Approaches and the Restructuring of International Order in the 21st Century. When we talk about the political approaches in terms of the international relations, what exactly happening in the world? So that territoriality, which is a very important expression for the common sense of identity about the goals for every country, not for the India but the every country. But when we talk about the geographical region shape collective action, like about the regional dialogue between India and the other countries, especially the developing countries and the underdeveloped countries, so which are the forefront for the contemporary global political environment, which is very necessary to maintain that kind of culture within the country related to the political approaches. When we talk about like restructuring, what I mentioned, this one previous slide. Next, yeah. So in terms of like the cooperation and particularly the international organizations, like which is include about the membership and the geopolitical entities, which is related to the single nation state. But this is like we can consider like this is very necessary, which is applied like about the cooperation to promote cooperation, political and the economic integration and the dialogue between the states and the entities within restrictive geographical boundaries, because this is very necessary when we move ahead in the international relations with the different political ideologies, with a different political scenario, what we have to adopt in the future perspectives also. Next now. Okay. So in the 21st century, the world is like changing rapidly and the different perspectives like what I mentioned earlier about the immersion and uncertainty and the volatility like is have increased the world affairs, because there is not any the prediction that we can do in the international relations. Therefore, the world is like order preferred arrangement about the power and the authority, which is realization of such values on the basis of peace, economic values, growth, human rights, environmental quality, and the more important that is the sustainability also. This is very necessary for the international order perspective. For this particular paper that I have like the mark, there are some objectives also that I have like a mark here about to study the international relations with other countries, really thinking about the commitment to developing the mutual relations by way of the regional cooperation also, because the regional cooperations which plays a vital role in the international relations as well. To review the exchange and the like dialogue between the like India and some SAARC, especially like I have focused the SAARC also for the political approaches, to study the role of India in the improving the positions of the contemporary world order, and to study the correlation between the regional organizations and the foreign policy, just to brief and just to graph like about the opportunities also. For this particularly, like I have mentioned like about the methodology, like especially like I have used that primary data comparatively, like there are available about the secondary data also, but there are more primary data I have been used on the basis of the research also, on the basis of the actual which is the situation happening in the world. So in terms of like about the research questions, like I have marked some research questions. Please next. So to what extent about do traditional theories theories of the international order remain relevant in the explaining the current global power shift? Then, is it compulsory like or the contemporary like international system transitioning from the unipolarity to the multipolarity, and political approaches explain the shift also? Because again, what I said that the world is changing rapidly on the basis of the different ideologies. We cannot like predict anything what will happen in the future perspectives as well. So the third is that is like what political approaches are most effective for the managing global order in an era and the uncertainty and the fragmentation between the various countries. What the role about regional organization, especially European Union, ASEAN, African Union, play the restructuring the global governance, and importantly like African Union, which is the one of the like newest member in the all G20 members like which is added like as a G21. So in terms of like regional political approaches like in the state like world about the in world politics like especially you can see like now that's just the image. Yeah, we can see here like about the SAARC countries, like there are the member countries are the, and particularly India is one of the the major country in the SAARC, and India is especially the big brother in the South Asia. Comparatively, every country is in the same group as the SAARC, but again each and every country's political approach and the political ideology is absolutely different. We are not able to move ahead with the same ideology. Sometimes what we can say, this is always necessary just to maintain the unity, just to maintain the proper culture, political culture in terms of the global governance perspectives also. So the regional political approaches on the basis of the world politics, again, as I said, the relations and the conflicts which are very necessary, but conflict is what we can say, which is an obstacle. But beyond that, again, the diplomatic relations also, which are very necessary just to maintain the good relations for the future perspectives also. Even though the political relations between India and the other regional organizations, efforts are being made on the basis of the peace and through the cooperation and the negotiations also, because without negotiations practically which is not possible to maintain the good relations on the basis of the situation. When I talk about limitations also, it was not possible to cover the whole topic because which is very vast topic, so that I have focused on the India and the SAARC community perspective, so that I can cover on the basis of the situations what exactly happening between the India and the regional organizations on the basis of the political situation. When I talk about the conclusion, in the era of globalizations, again, as the world has become the most come closer on the basis of the technology, but beyond that, on the basis of the technology, we are moving towards the dangerous situation also. And the importance of the cultural exchange has also exchanged. What we see just 2 years ago, we have successfully did about the G20 host also, and we celebrated about the cultural perspectives also. That was one of the way which we can consider on the basis of the soft power perspectives also. And India promotes, compared to other countries in the world, India promotes the more soft power on the basis of the actual culture, which is one of the major tasks in that week. So there is no doubt the India as a superpower in the SAARC is capable to leading the not only the South Asia but beyond that the entire global system. So this is my conclusion. But beyond this, on the basis of that particular paper, so there are some policy recommendations also which we can see here about. So the reform and they strengthen the global governance institutions, promote the inclusive multilateralism. What I said here, world is moving towards the unipolarities also. So multiple culture and the multiple fronts which are equally necessary just to move ahead with the promote inclusivity as also. Enhance the role of the regional organizations practically, which is necessary because every country just moving ahead just to grab the opportunity on the basis of the competitive world or the competitive nature and the competitive opportunities. But the role of regional organizations which can grab that kind of opportunity, which can move ahead with the proper ideologies also. Encourage the adaptable and the flexible foreign policy strategies, because as we know that every country flexibility which is different and the foreign policy strategy is also different. So that kind of strategies and the sharings between the countries which is equally necessary just to maintain the way also. And integrate the emergency powers about this decision making process also. Every, not in the international relations, but beyond that, what we can say, in every country, we should respect to the other country's decision-making process also. Because every country facing the different kinds of problems, different kinds of the decision-making problems on the basis of the policy-making also. So, we cannot what we can say, again, we cannot give some, not solutions again, but definitely we can maintain that kind of decorum and diplomatic relations just to maintain, because we all are in the situations in the very dangerous situation about the 21st century. No one can predict what I said about it. So that's what we can say. The soft power, diplomatic relations, and again the relations between the various countries on the basis of the culture, so that we can move ahead to maintain the proper future perspective as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. and your paper provides valuable overview of contemporary international political dynamics and contribute to the discussion on restructuring the global order. I could say your objective is also are academically sound, but so whenever we presenting the research papers should be whenever you presenting the papers, you have to the pointly you have to identify the points and then you have to explain this. That things you have to keep in mind always. And your paper is absolutely fine, and as far as your outcome base is concerned, but that can also become a more effective whenever you if it is research, let's come to this particular research papers. So overall, nice presentation. Okay, keep it up and all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pradeep. The last paper presenter of the day in this particular series is Mr. Takvi Mohammed Talib, and his topic is determinants of ESG investment behavior among retail investors and exploratory factor analysis EFA. So I will request Mr. Takvi Mohammed to proceed on.
Good afternoon, Professor Dr. Raj and the organizing committee. My topic for the day is determinants of ESG, which is one of the most trending topic, as we have seen couple of presentation has happened on this. So the topic is on ESG investment behavior among retail investor in Mumbai region. As we know that ESG is no more a special area of interest for the investors. Nowadays it has become a mainstream for retail investors and during construction of portfolios. Traditionally, people used to be focusing on financial factors while making investment decision. But however, now the social factor, the governance, especially the governance, the social factor, and the trending environment factor has come into the light. So rather than being a selfish investors have been focusing on with the 2I concept of financial returns as well as the societal benefit with sustainability, as the world is demanding to that. As we know, investor plays a very important role in influencing the capital market, the capital flow, and setting the trend in the market. So retail investors has played a very vital role in the investment area of considering the ESG aspects. Retail response is like a cause and effect. Even when you make investment decisions, the important thing is the reaction towards the different types of information which has been provided by the companies in terms of rating, disclosures, and sustainability. This has been found in the recent evidences which have been explored. When we say micro level determines means in this case, now rather than rational way of investment, even psychological perception and the way of understanding things, personal values plays a very vital role in modern day, and which is going to go in the long run. Market has been definitely impacted by many factors, controllable or uncontrollable. But in modern day, retail demand for ESG is also driving the capital market and the price movement. And because of these interests of the retail investors in ESG, it helps the regulators also and the government bodies also to create more enforceable rules, regulation, and especially to educate investors. Having education is one part, but having the investor education related to ESG and its importance in the modern day. The role of information has been being in the world of digital and technology. It has been significantly influencing the perception and the investment decisions of the investor. So it's a big debate. Like it's not only about money, it's not only about return in terms of money, but it also has to be, more on the ethical aspect when it comes to investments. Yes, the topic is not that traditional, but in of late, recently, many researches have been conducted and findings have been, come across wherein the ESG is been influenced by not only ESG has been influenced not only by financial constraint, but also investment attitude, the changing attitude of investors, the perception, the governance. So people are not only looking into the aspect of getting returns and preventing of risk as traditionally as an investor we do. But the modern day is moving towards other aspects of environment concerns, and it's not only in our country, India, but it has been globally recognized, and globally the globe is taking the responsibility to move towards this. With the short research, we have taken up only two objectives. The focus is on to know the determinants of ESG investment behavior, how the retail investor take decision and how their behavior change because of certain factors. And then on that, suggestive measures, how to make things better and how to create awareness among the retail will be discussed. Completely descriptive research design, conducted primary data of equally poised between the male and female with 150 retail investor through structured questionnaire. An exploratory factor has been used by a software SPSS. Here is just a breakup of the data analysis aspect. As mentioned, the gender equality has been mentioned by giving the questionnaire. Even the age group and educational qualification, professional qualification has been covered. And the monthly income for people has been disclosed. Here is the extract of my research that has been, the questionnaire is been divided and the items are, categorized into three factors considering financial consideration, the social motivation, and the environmental concerns. As after conducting this, the sampling was adequate to conduct the research, and that shows a correlation with the Bartlett test. But when we have conducted the hygiene values, 3 of the component out of the 10 shows a higher hygiene value, which justifies there is a relationship. The variance explained in the 6 is in the range of 72%. That means there are other factors which are influencing the decision, but 72% of the population is been, get influenced by these factors which we have been listed. The short finding says the major consideration still goes to the traditional aspect of financial consideration. However, social motivation is gaining importance just because of the trending social media, and the people are getting influenced because in the modern day we are more into attached by social media. And gradually, as the demand depleting and the world's problem being responsible, even environmental factor is getting and gaining lot of importance. Conclusion is ESG investment behavior is always a multi-dimensional in nature. It's not a one eye, it's a 3-eye concept. As mentioned, financial consideration will always be strongest determinants because it's always the first thing which comes to the mind is the returns and the risk. However, it's a gradual process and the world is moving towards environment and social. So social is also playing a significant influence with the value and ethics, and environment with the changing climate, awareness, sustainability. the aspect is revolving around the world. Finally, some suggestion is emphasis financial performance of ECG investments. It's not only the risk, we need to attract investors, okay, providing transparency in, it's not only disclosing things and offering, but also having customers trust, investor trust, aligning ECG product with values. The companies and need to make plans and product which are more favorable. It should give monetary benefit also, and it should add some values to the people, engaging them. Definitely it should come with some social impact, showcase measurable social benefits, because this is a modern trend that everything you do, it should not be that, it should be selfless, it should have some sort of social benefit, and most
Sir,
importantly,
last 1 minute remaining.
more importantly, okay, madam, more importantly, promoting the environment, that is the most common problem of the modern day. So education to investors, contributing to the climate, to live more, to live peaceful climate is very important. And finally, combining ECG rating. As an investor, it's not only about ratios or financial ratios. There should be some ECG numerical which will give, insight about the holistic view of the company for the investor, or even for layman's, before making investment decisions. Okay, so this is my presentation. At the end, I would like to thank our guide, Dr. Vaidehi Kamath, who helped me in this journey, under whom I am pursuing my PhD. Thank you very much. Thank you, the organizing committee, the management committee, and again, thanks a lot to the high-profile person on the chair, Professor Dr. Raj, for listening. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Takvi, for your presentation. Your papers really covering the all the factor influencing the environmental, social, and governance (ECGS) investment decision among the retail investor using the EFA, that is exploratory factor analysis. It's really good. You presented well, and this really address the relevant research gap, and using the suitable methodology in your research paper, and that provide the insightful or meaningful insight into ECG investment behavior among the retail investors. So overall, that means your presentations is very nice, and keep it up, presenting the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for being kind.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Talib Takvi. So, with Mr. Talib Takvi's presentation, this particular session's paper presentation gets over here. But even then, in case there is anyone who is presenting in person, I would request you to come forward and do the next. Is there anyone whose name is not being mentioned here, or would like to present offline, in person? Okay, that's all. Then with this, actually this particular session comes to an end. Thank you so much, Principal Professor Dr. Raj Ankush Soste sir, for accepting our invitation to chair this particular session, despite being very busy and preoccupied with your principalship. Thank you, sir, once again. Actually, we were looking forward to felicitate you in person, but somehow
actually, because of I could not make it possible. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, our token of appreciation and gratitude will reach you at the earliest. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, I would request organizing committee to take it forward, since our session is over here. Yeah, Professor Dr. Binay Pandey, I hand it over to you. Thank you.
Within a few minutes, we'll start with the valedictory session. Yeah, just give us some 5-10 minutes. The certificates have been prepared, so we'll start with the valedictory session. Thank you.
एक मिनट.
Hello. A very good afternoon to all of you. Now we have gathered here again for the concluding session of our conference. This means that we have reached the final stage of journey which all have covered together, filled with enlightenment and insights. We began this academic journey together and we are ending together. Over the last few hours, we have managed to explore new dimensions, managed to come up with new perspectives and gain deep insights through the research papers presented by delegates on online as well as offline platform. The keynote address was very enthralling and insightful with Mr. Amit Gupta ji, telling us and sharing his perspective about the usage of AI in the modern times in an ethical manner. Moving forward, now in all there were around 25 research papers presented by the research scholars, students and the faculties on diverse areas of multidisciplinary streams from commerce, management, law, science, information technology, AI, arts, humanities, media, banking, insurance, accounting and finance. There were two technical sessions. Under technical session 1, we had two tracks. Track 1A was moderated by Professor Dr. Purnima Sharma and was chaired by Dr. Gracie D'Souza. In all, 7 papers were presented in this track. Track 1B under technical session 1 was the student category track. In all, there were 10 papers presented in this track and it was moderated by Professor Dr. Mahalakshmi Kumar and was chaired by Dr. Keval Kesar. Technical session 2 was moderated by Dr. Professor Munmi Barua and chaired by Professor Dr. Raj Soshte, sir. I would now like to start the proceedings of the valedictory session by welcoming once again our distinguished guest, Gracie Madam. May I have some remarks for our valedictory? Please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. As far as my remarks regarding research is concerned, I already told during the technical session. This respected principal, Dr. Harmeet Kaur, the staff of Lala Lajpat Rai College, all distinguished guests, and students and all the teacher participants. It is both an honor and privilege to stand before you all at this valedictory function. As we reflect on the insights, discussions and ideas through the research papers that have emerged over the course of this conference, it becomes very clear that the road ahead is one that requires not only technological advancements, but a deep commitment to human values that guide us in shaping a better world. As we move forward, let us take the inspiration from the discussions held during this conference, especially from our keynote speaker, and let us commit to being responsible, build reputation, and have an ethical foresight. I would not speak much, but before I conclude, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Principal Dr. Harmeet Kaur for inviting me here, Neelam Madam, the organizing committee, the volunteer participants, and all those who contributed towards the success of this conference. Thank you.
May I now request our Principal Madam, Professor Dr. Harmeet Kaur Bhasin, to give us your insights and the closing remarks for this conference. Okay, I'll start with gratitude first. My gratitude to the whole committee, to the conference committee who has made all this possible, the convener, the co-convener, the team, the track judges, every teacher who worked, every staff, every student who worked for this conference and made this conference a success. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for doing all the hard work. So thank you once again to everybody who's come here and has contributed their papers. I have seen the titles, and the titles were all amazing, which really justify our topic and scope. We had the topic of ethics. And one piece of advice I give to all the young researchers sitting here, that whatever you do in research, try not to do any kind of plagiarism. Try to avoid that. If we are reading any literature, this is one advice to all the young researchers. If you're reading any literature and if you are not interpreting that literature correctly, it's a big crime. Okay, it's a digital crime. So try to avoid that kind of a digital crime, not to get into anything like that. If you are picking up somebody's work, give credentials to those people, use it very, very sensibly, very, very logically, and bring in some research which has some kind of a social relevance, because doing things without purpose have no meaning at all for actually justifying for why we are doing research. So very important is try to use all the digital humanities for research very carefully and bring it in a very, very systematic and logical manner. This is my one piece of advice to all the student researchers, all the student scholars. It is a pride to see that when students actually contribute to research. When we were students, I don't think so we were even thinking about research. You know, we all started when we were teachers, and we started doing research when we were teachers. But when I see students contributing to research, that gives me immense joy. That students at this age have started thinking in a very, very resourceful manner. So as rightly said by Divya, that we have started, but definitely we have not ended. Let us not take this as an end. Let us take this as a start, and let's continue this in a right direction, in a much more purposeful manner. So thank you once again everyone coming here and contributing to this particular seminar, and we look forward to you for your contribution in future as well. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for your perspective for the conference. One journey ends and marks the beginning of the new journey, which we are going to march together once again. Yeah. Now, next we come to the most awaited Best Research Paper Awards, followed by the certificate distribution ceremony. For declaration of Best Research Paper Awards under various categories, I would like to request Dr. Rahul Shetty, please come on the dais to announce the names, and I request the dignitaries to do the honors.
Okay, once again, good evening to all the dignitaries assembled. We had two tracks subdivided into three categories. One was the student category, teacher category, and research scholars. To begin with, we'll start with student category, and I would request Kevaluke sir, our principal, and Gracie madam to kindly do the honors for student category awards. We had 10 presentations under student category and was evaluated by, I think sir was the track moderator. Yes, if you don't mind. Track chairperson was Dr. Kevaluke sir. So I request sir to kindly do the honors. Can we have the mic, please? Atharva? Yeah.
Sir, will be announcing the names?
Yeah. the Best Research Paper Award in the student category for our national conference.
Just give a minute, huh?
And the winner is both of them. Yeah. It's a single paper presented by two girls.
Two girls.
Yeah.
And the best paper presenter award, no?
Yes.
It is going to Miss Sarah D'Souza. And Saili Gaikwad.
Congratulations.
From Home Science Nirmala Niketan College.
Congratulations. I request all the dignitaries to kindly give the certificate. The second category is in the category of research scholars, and we have 5 presenters presenting in this category, and the award goes to, I would request Gracie Madam kindly to do the honors.
The best research paper in research scholar category goes to Mr. Nagaraj Arabuli from RAV DAV College.
It was an online
I would like
presentation,
to-
so I would request his guide, Dr. Mahalakshmi, to kindly take the certificate.
Thank you, Mahalakshmi ma'am, for all your support.
On his behalf.
Thank you, Mahalakshmi ma'am.
He's
Thank
there
you, Mahalakshmi
online.
ma'am.
Lovely. Nagaraj, congratulations to you.
It's all because of Mahalakshmi ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
I am proud of my research scholar. And he is a research scholar from our center.
So it's Lala Lajpat Rai College. So congratulations to the PhD Research Center. Ashok sir, congratulations.
And thank you to Ashok sir also. Sorry, Ashok sir, I forgot your name also. I'm so sorry. But thank you. These both people have helped me a lot for this. Ashok sir, you
Nagaraj,
can go for
congratulations.
one.
It's there online.
He's online. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Nagaraj.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
The next category is in the category of teachers. In fact, we have 2 subcategories in this also, because we had in-house teachers also presenting their papers. So we'll go with the delegate participant first, and she is Gracie Madam.
The teacher category of the delegate section, Miss Neha Dilip Patel.
And she is from?
She is from St. Andrews College of Arts.
Congratulations. Congratulations. And the in-house Best Research Paper Award for the teacher category goes to, I would request Ajit Madam to announce the awardee for the Best Research Paper Award from our college, the in-house category.
Okay, I think there is no guess here. So we have the best category of in-house teacher, and the award goes to Professor Dr. Vinay Pandit and Mr. Umesh Pujari.
Congratulations. Must be exams. We'll do the certificate distribution. Presenters. We have Miss. The ones who have presented their research papers in today's national conference. I would request the dignitaries to kindly do the honors. Ms. Rashna Shivaraman from DG Ruparel College. It is Dr. Meghna Krishna Khedekar from Ganesham Das Saraf College. Ms. Zail Pegoda from Nirmala Niketan College of Home Science. Ms. Janice De Mello from Nirmala Niketan College of Home Science. Ms. Arya Shashank Gavankar from College of Home Science. I think the team of Home Science, a huge round of applause for all the Home Science students who have made it. Please, I think there are 5 teams from that college. Ms. Sara D'Souza from Nirmala Niketan College of Home Science. Ms. Umehani Aliasgar Kaprawala and Ms. Kaveri Rasar. Ms. Kaveri Rasar. Ms. Kaveri Rasar. Ms. Saili Gaikwad. Ms. Arba Shabbir Rangwala. Dr. Ashok Mahadik from Lala Lajpat Rai College. Mr. Pradeep Jankar from Savitribai Phule Pune University. Ms. Sneha Patel from St. Andrews College. Mr. Swargajit Puran Vasnik from Government Law College. Professor Dr. Vinay Pandit from Lala Lajpat Rai College of Commerce. Dr. Chandramani Muralidhar Mohite of CSMU. Vilas Jadhav from CSMU. Ms. Mariam from College of Home Science. Ms. Mubaraka from College of Home Science. And Vedashri. Vedashri and Tehreem, I think that's the entire team. Congratulations. Dr. Rekha Gore from DG Ruparel College. Congratulations. I would now request our convener and additional vice principal, Dr. Mona Bankar Madam, to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks for the national conference. Madam, one second. Just follow. Okay. Dr. Kanan Bhatt, Madam, kindly come forward. Can we have a huge round of applause for Madam? Okay, we have a committee certificates to be given. To start with, I would request Gracie Madam to kindly felicitate Harmeet Madam. Chairperson for today's national conference. Our conference convener, Dr. Mona Bankar Madam, I would request Gracie Madam and other dignitaries to kindly felicitate Mona Madam. A huge round of applause for Mona Madam. Our conference co-convener, Dr. Vinay Pandit sir. Okay, I have many certificates.
I'll announce it.
Okay, proceeding towards Professor Dr. Purnima Sharma Madam, our track moderator and our additional vice principal. Professor Dr. Munmi Chaitri Barua Madam, our I2AC coordinator and our track moderator. Professor Dr. Mahalakshmi Kumar Madam, our track moderator again in the student category. Dr. Meenam Saxena Madam, who has been in the team of paper scrutiny. Mr. Chetan Maru, in charge for registration committee and brochure as well. Ms. Payal Parikh, responsible for making certificates. Thank you, madam. Ms. Vishakha Walia, madam, for technical and online presentation committee and the entire IT team. Congratulations. Jayashree Parab, madam, again in charge of IT team. The entire technicals. Ms. Kranti Indurkar madam for heading the comparing committee. Dr. Arun Pujari sir for being in the team of organizing. Congratulations. I would request Congratulations. Dr. Ashok Mahadik sir for being in the publication committee. Mr. Nimesh Punjani sir for being in the stage committee. Dr. Divya Nigam madam for heading the publication committee. Divya Nigam madam. Nimesh sir, congratulations in advance. Thank you. I would now request Mona madam to kindly take it forward.
Good evening everyone. I am here to express my gratitude and sincere thanks for all those who have made this conference possible. First and foremost, I would like to thank our management, our principal madam, dear Professor Dr. Harmeet Kaur Bhasin, as well as Dean madam. They are the great supporters of all our endeavors. They keep us motivating, so if there is any event, any program happening, it is with their support. Especially, I was telling Gracie madam, you can see that I've worked for 35 years because from Lala's there is no stress. And I especially thank Dr. Harmeet Kaur Bhasin, who never gives us stress. Whatever is the circumstances, she has taught me that Mohra, you have to go ahead, and I really appreciate that. So my sincere thanks to our management, our trustees, our principal madam, dean madam, and my dear colleague Arun Pujari sir. His team as well as Dr. Arun Pujari sir has supported this conference a lot. So I once again take this opportunity to thank Dr. Arun Pujari sir. My sincere thanks to the guest who is here, Gracie madam. Gracie madam, you have been very kind throughout the day. Not only you were there in the morning, but you adjusted for ourselves the evening session. There are very few people like you, so I appreciate that. Because you didn't give any excuse of, maybe the time is short or I have other commitment. So teachers like you, administrators like you are always wanted. I really thank from Lala Lajpat Rai College Conference Committee that you made this conference possible with all your support. I'm also thanking our conference convener. If the conference is successful, Harmeet ma'am, it is because of the efforts of my co-conveners. They did a lot. And Rahul Shetty wanted us to do the work till perfection, and I give 101 out of 100 to him being my student, by being a supporter. Equally, I give 102 to Professor Dr. Vinay Pandit. Because he's a maths professor. Only Mr. Lokmanya Tilak had got 101 out of 100 because he was a great maths student. So 102 to you, being a maths professor and being our supporter. And also thanking from bottom of my heart, my teaching, non-teaching colleagues, all track moderators, the students, all the committees where the students have worked, my online track committee members, as well as everyone who has supported this conference. Last but not the least, my dear participants. Because you were here, our conference could happen. I hope that we will meet next year. Your efforts will be continued in the area of research, and God bless everyone. Thank you. I request everyone to stand up for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय